Senator Green, we're going to give a remark after the opening.
Pero siguro nila umiling sa iba so the chairperson is thank you.
Hinihiling po namin na magsiipuna ang mga dumadalo ngayon, lahat po ng mga resource persons at mga nasa gallery. Mag-uumpisa po tayo. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. As chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, jointly called with the Senate Committee on Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, and the Committee on Finance, this public hearing on the reopening of the Mamasapano incident is hereby called to order. Bago po natin simulan ang pagdinig, isang pagbungad na salita bilang pagbalik tanaw kung saan tayo nanggaling at kung nasaan na tayo ngayon. Mahigit isang taon na ang lumipas bago sumapit ang hating gabi ng ika-25 ng Enero taong 2015. Halos 400 miyembro ng Special Action Force ang lumakad para dakpin ang dalawa sa pinakamapanganib na terorista sa buong mundo. Bago magbukang liwayway, patay na ang isang kriminal, si Marwan. Pero bago pa magtakip silim, 44 na PNP staff ang wala ng buhay. May 23 Moro fighters at 5 sibilyan na namatay at marami pang nasugatan. In the Senate, 8 resolutions were filed and a privileged speech delivered, all expressing the nation's pain and outrage over the death of the SAF fallen heroes. This loss was as massive as the tribute to their valor was moving. The committees conducted 5 public hearings spanning a total of 23 hours and 39 minutes. The transcripts of these hearings alone total 1,098 pages. We also met 5 times in executive session, spending 15 hours and 9 minutes grilling witnesses behind closed doors. A total of 37 persons were summoned to testify. From both camps of the conflict, the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the Office of the President, to barangay officials. The Philippine National Police, the Special Action Force, the Philippine Army, high-ranking national government officials, local government officials, peace panels of the government and the MILF, and the heads and members of the ceasefire committees appeared before us. On March 18, 2015, your committees submitted a 129-page committee report number 120, on the various resolution with regard to the Mamasapano massacre. The committee report was signed by 21 senators, some with separate annotations, and was submitted to plenary for its consideration. 37 araw mula nang buksan natin ang unang pagdinig ng Senado. Kulang 2 buwan mula nang maganap ang trahedya sa Mamasapano, isinumiti na po ng committee ang aming report. The records show that the probe was thorough, our questioning relentless, the review of events methodical, and a request for information uncompromising. Committee report number 120, among others, contains the following conclusions, findings, and main observations. Number 1, what happened in Mamasapano on January 25, 2015 was a massacre, not a misencounter. Number 2, the PNP's inadequate intelligence, poor planning, and lack of coordination with the AFP were fatal mistakes. Number 3, MILF and BIFF fighters and members of other private armed groups committed murder and robbery, and this was not in self-defense. Number 4, the MILF leadership does not have absolute control over their ground troops, which therefore raises doubts as to the capacity and sincerity of the MILF as our partner in the peace process, and it has implications upon the safety of government troops who must conduct law enforcement operations within MILF-controlled territory. Number 5, while prior coordination with the PNP with the AJAG is not necessary, the ceasefire mechanism between the government of the Philippines and MILF proved unable to effectively end the firefight and save the members of the 55th SAC. Number 6, the chain of command within the PNP was violated, and both Purisima and Napeñas committed acts constituting administrative and criminal offenses. Number 7, the President failed to prevent then-suspended Police Director General Purisima from violating Article 177 of the Revised Penal Code, usurpation of authority or official function, and as Commander-in-Chief makes him ultimately responsible for the incident. Number 8, the Americans who were present during the entire operation were more than mere observers, given the facts that they directly trained, equipped, and supplied information to the SAF troops involved in the operation. The report covered all bases and covered up nothing. Tinukoy natin ang mga nagkamali at pagkakamali, pero pinuri natin ang mga nararapat at kilos na marapat sa isang patas na pagtatasan ng partisipasyon ng bawat isa. We were able to do this because first, we believe that the truth can never be compartmentalized, and that second, the nation, even in grief, has the wisdom and courage to handle the truth, no matter how painful. However, if there are supervening events or new evidence that come to fore after all of these, I will also be the first to say that we should unearth these and that we should be open to receiving and hearing additional facts in our continuing search for the truth. Almost 7 months after the filing of our committee report, Senate Minority Leader Juan Ponce Enrile took the floor on 7 October 2015 and moved to reopen the committee hearings on the Mamasapano incident. After inquiries and clarification, the Senate as a whole, during plenary session, unanimously and finally decided during a plenary session on 18 January 2016 to grant Senator Enrile's motion, taking in good faith his assertion on new information regarding the issue. The reopening of the hearing was allowed with a specific note that the filed committee report remains valid and subsisting. Ginawa natin ang ating trabaho dati, ngayon may lumilitaw na posibleng bagong impormasyon. Hindi tayo maaari magbulag-bulagan o magkunwari na wala nang maaaring gawin pa ang Senado. Ang katotohanan walang kabuuan ay hindi ganap at hindi matatawag na katotohanan. Kailangan ipagpatuloy ang masalimuot na pagbubuo ng mga datos para makita nating lahat ang buong katotohanang naganap sa Mamasapano. Ang tunay na parangal na pwede nating mabigay sa SAF 44 ay ang buong katotohanan. Dahil doon nakasalalay ang tunay na katarungan. It is for this reason that we are convened here today to hear new matters and receive new evidence or information that may be submitted, facts that will hopefully add to our enlightenment and not subtract from what we already know. Let me emphasize, it succinctly, the purpose of this inquiry is not to find fault, but more importantly, to know the absolute and complete truth. For the orderly conduct of today's discussion, we shall observe the following guidelines. Number 1, given that the main proponent of the hearing governing the opening of the Mamasapano hearing is Senate Minority Leader Juan Ponce Enrile, he will be accorded the first hour to ask questions to resource persons invited. For the information of everybody, all resource speakers today are mainly from the recommendation of Senator Enrile. Number 2, thereafter, we, the other senators, or the other senators who have questions, will be given 10 minutes each on a first come basis. Finally, given the relatively high emotions involved in this issue, may I remind our fellow senators, also those in the audience, as well as our resource persons, to please observe proper decorum, as well as our rules on inquiries in aid of legislation. Before we acknowledge the presence of those who are here today in our hearing, I would like to give the floor to the Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs for a brief opening statement. The floor recognizes Senator Honasan.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Sa akin po, ang issue ay umiikot sa chain of command. Ang chain of command po ay hindi katang-isip. This is not an idea only. This is not a concept. This is not an abstract mechanism. This is an institution. It is concrete. It defines authority, responsibility, and accountability. It establishes command and control. Ang nakasalalay po rito ay buhay. It enhances our ability to protect life, liberty, and property. Kaya ang mga katanungan po na kailangan masagot dito ay may kautusan ba? Sino ang nagutos? May katungkulan ba ito? Kasama ba siya sa chain of command? May inutusan ba? May katungkulan ba ang inutusan? Kasama ba siya sa chain of command? Sinunod ba ang utos na dapat ay legal at makatarungan? Matapos sundin ang utos, may report ba? Kanino ibinigay ang report? Itong pinagbigyan ng report, may katungkulan ba? At kasama ba ito sa chain of command? May kautusan ba na ibinigay sa tamang panahon at sa bawat sitwasyon? Ang karanasan ko po rito ay personal. Alam ko from first-hand experience, kung ano ang nangyayari kapag gumagana, nag-ooperate ang chain of command. We are able to reduce casualties and accomplish the mission. Kapag hindi po nasusunod at hindi nag-ooperate ang chain of command, then we are unable to protect life, liberty, and property. Kapag nagdesisyon po ang sinuman na sirain o putulin ang chain of command, katulad po nung ginawa noong February 1986 ng then Minister Juan Ponce Enrile at General Fidel Ramos kasama ang Reform the Armed Forces Movement. In fact po, mawalang galang si Secretary Gasmin ay isa sa mga leader ng Reform the Armed Forces Movement sa Northwestern Mindanao. You must be prepared to assume full responsibility and accountability. Ito pong chain of command, meron hong chain of command sa pamilya. May chain of command, bawat barangay, bawat municipality. Sa Senado, may chain of command po tayo. Yung MILF, may chain of command. Yung terorista po at kriminal, may chain of command yan. In fact, kaya tayo minsan napapalusutan at nauunahan dahil yung mga terorista at kriminal, yung mga nanggugulo sa ating demokrasya, sumusunod sa chain of command nila, tayo hindi. Ito pong resumption ng hearings based on new information ay in aid of legislation. Kailangan matukoy natin dito kung kailangan ng bagong batas para linawin ang chain of command. Bigyan ng din ito para malinaw ito sa lahat ng mamamayan at sa buong pamahalaan. At dapat po tukuyin din kung kailangan amyendahan at palakasin yung mga batas na natin ngayon. Ito pong paghahanap natin ng katotohanan at justisya ay ginagawa natin hindi para parangalan lamang yung mga bayani nating sa 44. I put this on record, Madam Chair, to honor every brother, soldier, and policeman whom I have fought with, some of whom have died and were wounded together with me. I do this to honor every brother Filipino rebel fighting for a cause. I do this also to honor the innocent civilians, men, women, and children who get caught in the crossfire of the armed conflict, especially their loved ones. And finally, Madam Chair, my colleagues, sa ating mga kababayan, sa pagtutulungan natin sa paghahanap ng katotohanan at justisya para isaayos at palakasin ang mga nasirang institution katulad ng chain of command, siguruhin lang natin at mag-ingat tayo na sa pagnanasa nating ito, ang resulta ay hindi maging pagpapahina, maging kabaliktaran ng layunin natin. Dahil pag nangyari ito, malalagay na naman sa panganib yung ating demokrasya at yung ating inang bayan. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Honasan. Mag-uumpisa po tayo. Nandito po, nais kong patiin yung ating mga kasamaan. Unang-una, Senator Franklin Drilon, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, Chairman po ng Peace, Reconciliation, and Unification, Senator Gingona, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Tito Soto, Senator Cheese Escudero, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Nancy Binay, at yung ating pong mga resource persons, Executive Secretary Paquito Ochoa Jr., Secretary Herminio Coloma Jr., Honorable Secretary Voltaire Gasmin, Secretary Honorable Manuel Mar Rojas, Honorable Gregorio Catapang, Alan Purisima, General Leonardo Espina, Police Director General Ricardo Marquez, Police Chief Superintendent Fernando Mendez, Police Director Benjamin Magalong, Police Director Getulio Napeñas, Police Chief Superintendent Noli Talino, Police Chief Superintendent Edgar Orduña Basbas. Ito po si Police Senior Superintendent Hendrix Mangaldan ay nag-request po ng executive session, ngunit naririto po siya ngayong araw sa isang holding room. Si General Hernando Delfin Iriberi, Major General Edmundo Pangilinan, Lieutenant General Rustico Guerrero, at Honorable Cesar Garcia Jr. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ito po yung order of arrival ng ating mga senador. Ang una po ngang magtatanong ay si Senator Enrile, pangalawa po sa kanya ay si Senator Soto, tapos si Senator Marcos, Gingona, Angara, Binay, Honasan, Drilon, Aquino, Escudero.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sir, bago po tayo magtanong, pwede po bang tayo ay manumpa muna? Lahat po ng mga panauhin, kung pwede pong tumayo para manumpa. Yung ating committee secretary, please administer the oath.
For those who have not yet taken their oath and for those who have taken their statements in an executive session, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this investigation of the Mamasapano incident? For the record, Madam Chairman, all the resource persons gave an affirmative answer.
Thank you. Duly noted. Senator Enrile, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I ask my questions, may I be permitted to make a preparatory statement? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good morning. Before we commence this investigation, I would like to ask for your indulgence as I make a brief statement. Some people have accused me of having personal grudge against some powerful people and political motives behind the reopening of the Mamasapano massacre. I cannot blame them for thinking the way they do, but that is farthest from the truth. I am here only to fulfill a promise I made while I was incarcerated in Camp Crame. To the staff members who survived this horrible ordeal, what they said and the tears I saw is still vividly etched in my mind. I vowed to them then that if ever I be given a chance to get bail, I will seek justice for them and for all those who survived, those who perished, rather. It was fate, perhaps, that brought us together there in Camp Crame. And it is fate now, perhaps, that also allowed all this to unfold. I'm doing this for the staff troopers who bravely perished and those who gallantly survived. I'm doing this for the country, so that never again shall a similar gruesome butchery will happen in this land. I'm doing this for the people, so that they will know the national leaders who failed them because of ineptness and lack of leadership. I'm doing this for the truth and for no one else. Now, finally, I'm going to present evidence to show, and these are the specifications and the center of this morning's hearing as far as I'm concerned. First, that President Aquino actively and directly participated in the planning and preparation of Oplan Exodus. Second, that President Aquino deliberately compartmented Oplan Exodus to himself and PDG Purisima. I think all the military and police people here will know the meaning of compartmentation. Don't you? Okay. Third, that President Aquino was the approving authority of Oplan Exodus. Fourth, that during the execution of Oplan Exodus, President Aquino was fully aware of what was going on. Fifth, that President Aquino wantonly disregarded the command systems of the AFP and the PNP. Six, that President Aquino was actually, intentionally, and directly dealing with a person who, before and at the time of the Mamasapano gruesome massacre, was not an active part of the command system of either the AFP or the PNP. Seven, that President Aquino did not make any effective decision or issue any effective order or do any effective action as President of the Republic of the Philippines to prevent the barbaric slaying and slaughter of the PNP staff troopers whom he knowingly and deliberately sent on a dangerous mission to capture Marwan and two other targets. And finally, eighth, that to shield himself from any responsibility and accountability for the Mamasapano debacle, President Aquino deliberately hid or was hiding himself behind PDG Purisima. Thank you, Madam Chair. So let us now begin to unravel the whole sordid issue. In December 2010, I'm addressing these questions to General Napeñas. The PNP launched Upland Pitas in Parang Sulu against Marwan. 1 year and 6 months later, in July 2012, the PNP launched Upland Smart Bomb in Butig, Lanao del Sur, also against Marwan. Meanwhile, there were other attempted but aborted operations against Marwan thereafter, mostly in Mindanao. There were two further operations in Marawi, Cyclops 1, Cyclops 2, and all others, Wolverine 1, Wolverine 2, Wolverine 3, Terminator 1, Terminator 2, and lastly, Exodus were all done in Maguindanao. Okay? Now, nearly 6 months later, 2015, Upland Exodus was launched against one in Mamasapano, also in Maguindanao. General Napeñas, in all those operations against Marwan, in Sulu, in Lanao del Sur, and in Maguindanao, which all happened under the administration of President Benigno Aquino, were you in some way involved in all of them?
Madam Chair, sir, Your Honor. Yes, sir, except in Cyclops 1 and Cyclops 2, because that happened in 2013, and I was already the Regional Director of Police Regional Office 13 in Butuan City, sir.
These were the Marawi operations.
Yes, sir, the Lanao Sur operation, Cyclops 1 and Cyclops 2. However, the other Lanao Sur operation, Smart Bomb, I was there because that is in 2012, sir. The operations in 2013, I wasn't part of it, sir.
Now, in Upland Exodus, President Aquino appeared to have actively and directly involved himself. He was briefed, consulted, and informed by PDG Alan Purisima and by you on nearly all aspects of Upland Exodus, and he had in fact extensively discussed the Marwan project, not only with you as DSAF, but also with PDG Alan Purisima and Superintendent Fernando Mendez. As a matter of fact, he issued orders and gave instructions to PDG Purisima and to you as SAF, DSAF, in the planning, preparation, and execution of Upland Exodus. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Now, was President Aquino actively and directly involved in the Sulu, Lanao del Sur, and Maguindanao operations against Marwan and others in the same manner and to the same extent as he did in Upland Exodus?
In Sulu, sir, not to my knowledge, because I was then the Deputy Director of the Special Action Force, and I have no knowledge of the arrangement of the then Director of the Special Action Force. In the same manner, in Lanao del Sur, I have no knowledge if there was dealing between the Director of the Special Action Force and the President. What I know is the Secretary of the DLG, person of was present in the briefing briefing of the smart operation, sir. He was then the undersecretary of the DIA, one of the undersecretary of the DIA, sir.
Was he dealt with you? He dealt with you?
No, sir, directly because there was a presentation of the operation plan in Camp Crame, and he was present during that presentation of the operation plan, sir.
PDG Purisima, on January 8, 2015, at 5:29 in the afternoon, you sent a text message to President Aquino where you said, "Sir, good afternoon. May I know," this is January 8, "may I know on your convenient time when I can report to you to brief regarding the impending operation against SVTs or high-value targets in Maguindanao. Thank you, sir." And at 5:51 o'clock in the same in the afternoon of the same day, President Aquino answered, "Bukas pagbalik mula sa Romblon." Then you replied at 6:13 p.m. also on the same day, "Yes, sir. Is this true?" Is this true?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, just answer whether it is not true or it is true.
It is true, Your Honor, that I sent those messages.
Okay. General Rapeñas, on January 9, 2015, you with PDG Alan Purisima, PS Superintendent Fernando Mendez, and Police Inspector Ricardo Marasigan. Are you here? Marasigan? Okay. Were at Bahay Pangarap across the Pasig River from Malacanang Palace. You had a meeting with President Aquino. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Except that Police Senior Inspector Marasigan, after setting up the computer, he was led outside of the building, sir.
General Purisima, is this true?
That is true, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Now, General Napeñas and General Purisima, please tell us briefly why you, both of you, with PDG Alan Purisima and Superintendent Mendez, had to meet President Aquino on that day, January 9, 2015. Why? General Napeñas first.
We were there at the, Your Honor, sir, Madam Chair. We were there at the Bahay Pangarap in Malacanang to brief the President about Operation Plan Exodus. And I started the briefing presenting the video of Marwan and his cohorts in the area, followed by another video on the route going into the target area of Marwan and Usman. It was followed by presentation of the concept of operations. There was also a presentation of a decision matrix. There was also a presentation of the recommendations, and practically the details of Operation Plan Exodus was discussed in that meeting, sir.
Okay. In that meeting on January 9, 2015, you briefed President Aquino, as you said, on Oplan Exodus, and you with PDG Purisima and Superintendent Mendez discussed extensively with the President the details of the operation to capture Marwan, dead or alive, in Mamasapano. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
General Purisima.
Your Honor, may I clarify the answer? My answer to that is, when the plan was presented, this was already a finished operation plan. So it was already being presented for the information of the President.
Yes, but it was an extensive discussion of the facets of the operation.
Your Honor, there were comments that were made during the presentation.
All right, I will go to that and ask you questions, okay? In that meeting on January 9, you also presented to President Aquino the concept of operation or CONOPS, okay? To execute Upland Exodus, and that CONOPS clearly spelled out nearly every detail and aspect of the Upland Exodus, especially the time on target or thought manner of coordination with the AFP. Is that true? General Peñas.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Oh. General Purisima.
Your Honor, the preparation was made by SAF
I'm
on
asking you
the
if what I
concept
ju-
of operation that was
What
presented.
I'm asking you, sir, is whether what I read is true to fact.
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. But to clarify that, it was the PNP SAF commander who was presenting the operations, the concept of operations. It was already prepared during that time, Your Honor.
What were you then? What were you then? Why were you in that meeting?
We were just, I was just a facilitator, Your Honor.
Come on. Okay. Huh? And in that same meeting, General Peñas, President Aquino discussed with you the strength of the force needed to implement Upland Exodus, which was intended primarily to capture Marwan, dead or alive, in Mamasapano. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And in fact, in that meeting with you on January 9, with President Aquino, he ordered you to increase the number of personnel to be used in Upland Exodus. Is that also true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. Also in that same meeting on January 9, 2015, President Aquino talked to you about prior coordination with the AFP. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, in the whole of us, because that was discussed with the four of us together, sir.
Okay, but you responded to him when he mentioned about prior coordination with the AFP, and these were your words. With due respect, sir, compromise po ang AFP. Did you say that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. And you added that instead, in accordance with the CONOPS that you presented to President Aquino for Upland Exodus, the coordination with the AFP had to be time on target or thought, meaning that the assault force was already at the target location. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And these were uttered by you in the presence of PDG Purisima and PS Superintendent Mendez.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And PDG Purisima and PS Superintendent Mendez, who were present, supported your recommendation. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And President Aquino did not give any comment, nor did he say anything when you responded and said to him, with due respect, sir, compromise po ang AFP. In short, he did not object to your recommendation, nor did President Aquino countermand your recommendation. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And President Aquino did not object as a commander, as president, as chief executive, as head of state, as head of the police organization, or make any comment, much less say anything when you recommended to him that coordination with the AFP had to be on time, target, or thought. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And President Aquino also did not stop you from carrying out your recommendation to him that coordination with the AFP had to be time on target, meaning when the assault force was already at the target location. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
At that time, he was the president, he was the commander-in-chief, he was the embodiment of the plenary powers of the whole nation. There's only one president. Okay. And President Aquino did not insist and persist that the suggestion of prior coordination with the AFP must be followed by you. He simply kept quiet. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. When the meeting with President Aquino was over, you and President Superintendent Mendez left the room ahead of PDG Purisima, who remained alone with President Aquino in the room where the meeting was held. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And you waited, you and Superintendent Mendez waited outside the room while Purisima was inside the room with President Aquino. Is that true?
Yes, sir, outside the building actually, sir, because we leave the building. We stayed outside near the parking lot, sir.
Okay. And when PDG Purisima came out from the room where he remained alone with President Aquino, PDG Purisima immediately blurted out to you and said, "Saka mo na lang sila sabihan yung dalawa pag nandun na." Totoo ba yun?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. And he's added, "Ako na bahala kay General Katapang." Sinabi niya yun.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
General Na Peña, sino ba yung sila o dalawa na binanggit ni PDG Purisima sa kanyang sinabi sa iyo paglabas niya sa kwarto sa bahay pangarap at kaagad niyang sinabi, "Saka mo na lang sila sabihan yung dalawa pag nandun na." Sino yung dalawa at sino yung sila?
To me, sir, that refers to OIC PNP, then Police Deputy Director General Espina, and the Secretary of the DILG, sir.
General Alan Purisima, ano ba yung sila at dalawa na sinabi mo?
I was referring, Your Honor, to Secretary Marrojas and OIC Police Director, Police Deputy Director General Espina.
Bakit mo binigay yung utos na yun kay General Na Peñas?
Your Honor, that was not an order.
No.
I was
The
just
tenor-
giving an
Wait a
advice,
minute.
Your Honor.
It is not for you to claim that. The tenor of, I've been 17 years in the organization, the tenor of your statement is an order.
Para sa akin, Your Honor, that was not an order. And that was in consonance with the time-on-target principle presented by Police Director Na Peñas during the briefing.
Well, anyway, the courtroom or whatever court will take care of this, will interpret your order. You are a military man. And you should know what is an order and what is a suggestion. Okay? Eh, nandito mga militar na kasama mo eh. Ayun. Now, General Na Peñas, when you went to Bahay Pangarap on January 9, 2015, with PDG Alan Purisima and PS Superintendent Mendez to brief, consult, and inform President Aquino about Oplan Exodus, did you volunteer to go to Bahay Pangarap to brief, consult, and inform President Aquino?
No, sir, Your Honor.
And why did you go there?
Because I was directed then, I was told by Police Director General Purisima, sir.
Okay. Did he tell you that you have to go to give a briefing to the President of the Philippines about Oplan Exodus?
Yes, sir, that's the subject, sir.
Okay. Did President Aquino offer any hint of any objection or adverse reaction to any aspect of your briefing and to anything contained in the CONOPS, concept of operation, that you presented to him during your meeting with him at Bahay Pangarap on January 9, 2015?
Yes, sir. There were two issues. One, sir, the one that we already discussed, the coordination with the AFP on the time on target concept. And the second is the strength to be increased accordingly, sir.
Those were the only two items that he opened his mouth.
Those were the two things that he ordered to us to do, sir.
Yeah,
To do.
those were the only two things that he commented on.
There were other, sir, Your Honor, there were other comments, but this pertains about yung video na nakikita, ganyan ba talaga? May mga side comments lang, sir, po yun. But yung dalawa talaga na pinaka-meet doon, sir, na sinabi niyo po niya, yung time on target na coordination with the Armed Forces of the Philippines, coordination with the Armed Forces of the Philippines, at saka po yung strength.
Now, after your briefing and your presentation of the concepts of Upland Exodus on January 9, 2015, this is my side comment, realizing perhaps the gravity and high degree of peril and risk involved in the execution of Upland Exodus, President Aquino on his own behest ordered you to increase the number of personnel to be used in Upland Exodus. Is that true?
Sir, in my opinion,
Yeah.
that's true, sir. In my opinion, sir, that's true.
Okay. In fact, the order of President Aquino was the principal cause for the delay in the actual operation of Upland Exodus, which could have been done earlier than January 25, 2015.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And after your meeting with President Aquino on January 9, 2015, you informed President Aquino through PDG Alan Purisima that there were two possible windows to execute Upland Exodus, January 11 to 14, 2015, before the visit of Pope Francis to the country, and January 20, 26 to 15. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. And did you hear or receive any objection or adverse comment either from President Aquino or from PDG Purisima about the windows of dates you proposed to execute Upland Exodus?
No, sir, Your Honor.
You later recommended to President Aquino again through PDG Purisima that the better window of dates was January 20 to 26, 2015. Is that true?
That's true, Your Honor.
And did you hear any or receive any objection or adverse comment from either President Aquino or PDG Purisima about your choice of January 2026 to 26, 2015 as the better window of the dates to execute Upland Exodus?
Your Honor, may I be clarified
Yeah.
with the question again, sir? I did not get it, sir.
May objection ba na ipinarinig sa iyo o sinabi sa iyo si Presidente Aquino at si PDG Purisima nung sinabi mo na ang pinakamagandang panahon o time na gagawin natin yung Upland Exodus is January 2020 to 26, 2015?
Wala pong objection, sir, Your Honor.
Wala silang sinabi.
Wala po, sir, Your Honor.
PDG Purisima, at 1:27 in the afternoon of January 13, 2015, you sent a text message to President Aquino where you said, Sir, from this of Sir, good PM, in consideration of the comments of the President during our meeting, number of persons to be deployed in operations recommend that we follow the secondary date as the additional persons to be used are deployed in Tacloban for the Pope's visit. Also, the primary date is too tight, while we have a longer window on the secondary date. Quote, for your consideration and approval. For your consideration and approval. And at 7:43 p.m. of the same day, President Aquino replied snappily and said, in quotes, "Okay." Is this true, General Purisima? Is this true?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the text message was sent to the President and was replied to me, Your Honor.
What I said in my question, is this true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all I'm asking you. I'm dealing with facts, not arguments or conclusions. These are material evidence, no? Okay. What is okay to you? That the President said, what is okay? You asked for his approval. What is okay?
There are so many meanings of okay, Your Honor. It can be noted. It can be...
Come on. All right, anyway. By the way, these are not found in the transcribe. the transcribe exchanges of text messages that I got from somebody. Huh? Okay. General Napeñas, on January 19, 2015, you had another exchange of text messages with General Purisima. PDG Purisima was asking about your plan, and you informed him that your troops would be moving from Zamboanga to Central Mindanao on January 21 to 22. That effectively altered the window of dates for the actual execution of Upland Exodus to January 23 to 26, 2015. Are all these true, General Napeñas?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Did you hear or receive any suggestion, objection, or adverse comment from either President Aquino or PDG Purisima about the movement of your troops from Zamboanga to Central Mindanao on January 21 to 22 to 15 for the operation, and the alteration of the window of dates for the actual execution of Upland Exodus from January 20 to 26 to 2015 to January 23 to 26, 2015?
I did not receive any objection, sir, Your Honor.
General Napeñas, you have been an active participant of the Marwan project from Upland Pitas to Upland Exodus. 10 Uplands, okay? Now,
Yes, sir, Your Honor, except for the two that I earlier mentioned.
yeah, all right. Do you recall any instance from the time of Upland Pitas to the time of Upland Exodus was launched that the President ever called a command conference with the High Command of the AFP or the High Command of the PNP about the Marwan project or Upland Exodus or about any of the Uplands previously launched or aborted? Did he call a command conference to discuss this with the High Command of the AFP and the PNP?
Your Honor, sir, may I explain, if possible? Second week of April 2014, it was the time that the President is going to visit Camp Crame.
Okay.
And coincide with that is the briefing presentation of Upland Wolverine.
Wolverine what?
Wolverine
What?
1 or 2, it's either, sir, but it's Wolverine. And I was the one who presented that briefing presentation with regards to that operation plan.
The target-
Present during that,
The target was Marwan.
yes, sir, with and Usman. And present during that briefing presentation was the Secretary of the Interior and Local Government, Secretary Mar Rojas then, Chief PNP Purisima, Police Director General Purisima, Police Chief Superintendent Noel de los Reyes of the Regional Police Office in Autonomous Region in Police Muslim Mindanao, myself, the Deputy Director of the Special Action Force. No other officers from the AAP, and those are the high-ranking officials who were present during that briefing presentation, sir.
And that was only the only time where a cabinet member, to your knowledge, participated in the discussion of the Marwan project.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And that was the only time when a high official of the PNP, like OIC, who was the OIC? Who was present at that time?
The then Chief Philippine National Police Director General Purisima, sir.
As the Director General Purisima was present, he was not suspended yet, no?
Yes, sir, he was not yet suspended because that was second week of April 2014, sir.
Okay. And that was the only time where President Aquino discussed it with other people outside of you, Purisima, and Mendez.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you recall any instance where a member, well, this is already answered by you, a member or members of the President's Aquino's cabinet or any other high official of this government or any high-ranking officer or of the AFP or any high-ranking officer or officers of the PNP other than yourself, Alan Purisima and Superintendent Fernando Mendez, was or were ever allowed or summoned to attend or be present at any of your meetings together with PDG Purisima and Superintendent Mendez with President Aquino? Other than that meeting, were there others done?
No more, sir. As I earlier answered, ganun po yung nangyari, sir.
Now correct me if I'm wrong. What happened was President Aquino compartmented or agreed to compartment Oplan Exodus to himself and PDG Purisima. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, to understand this, when I said compartmented Oplan Exodus, I mean that President Aquino intentionally, deliberately, and actually confined and arrogated unto himself and PDG Purisima full knowledge, command and control, and strategic decisions over Oplan Exodus. President Aquino excluded all other, including the members of his cabinet, except Secretary Rojas, and the command systems of the AFP and the PNP. He left everything to himself and his trusted men. PDG Alan Purisima, is that true? As a military officer, is that true?
Yes, sir. I will just qualify, sir,
Yes.
that in Oplan Exodus, Secretary Marojas was not included, sir. It's in the Wolverine that Secretary Marojas was present.
Only in Wolverine. So, Exodus was totally compartmented.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. General Purisima, you are a four-star general. What, do you understand compartmentation?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand compartmentation.
Okay.
But may I comment on your question, earlier question, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Oplan Exodus was an Oplan crafted by the PNP Special Action Force. So ang nagplano po nito, Your Honor, is the PNP Special Action Force.
Correct.
Ang nag-implement po nito, Your Honor, ay PNP Special
Correct.
Action Force. And we were just, our part were only informatory, Your Honor.
No, correct, that is your defense. But as a military officer, you know that the president excluded everyone else. Di ba? Very clear. Anyway, if you
No, Your
don't
Honor.
want to answer that, I give you the privilege. But I have been also, I'm not a soldier.
No, Your Honor.
I've been in the jungles to fight for this country, but
May I
I'm not a
clarify?
trained soldier and I cannot fly.
May-
All right, sir?
May I clarify, Your Honor? I am, during that time, I was a police officer, not a military
Well,
officer.
never mind, but you're...
And the President is exercising his authority over the Philippine National Police as Chief Executive, not as a Commander-in-Chief, Your Honor.
Okay. He's the President, period.
Yes, Your Honor. As a Chief Executive, he has the authority, Your Honor.
He's the President, he embodies all the powers. Commander-in-Chief, top cap, Chief of Head of State, Head of Government, you name them, Chief Executive. The summation of all of that is, he is the President. Okay. Now, I'll go to the operation. Operation. At 4:35 11 a.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent this text message to PDG Purisima, which said verbatim, "Sir, good AM. For your information, the operation against SBT..." I will just go back to my original question. I will, so that the sequences will not be affected. Now, General Napeñas, to continue with the question of compartmentation. Your dealings with President Aquino were always with or in the presence of PDG Purisima. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Or through him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You never went directly to the President and said, "Hey, Mr. President, I know this, I'm telling you this."
Never directly to the President, Your Honor.
And because of the nature and manner of your dealing with President Aquino, which was always with or in the presence of or through PDG Purisima, you develop a strong impression, correct me if I'm wrong, a strong impression and a strong belief that PDG Purisima was indeed a very trusted man of President Aquino, and that as far as you were concerned, what PDG Purisima said to you was the word of the President, and what you said to PDG Purisima would reach the ears of of President Aquino. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, what violation of Philippine laws did Marwan commit to make him such a target of a police operation in the country?
If I may just look at the warrant of arrest that I have in my possession, sir.
Yes.
While you're looking for that search warrant, I would just like to remind Senator Enrile that we agreed to have an hour. On the other hand, the hour has almost come for you, but maybe we can ask also for the opinion of the other members that we allow you to continue with your line of questioning.
Madam Chair, so that the nation, the people, will understand the role of the President. And I've already specified the 8 specifications that I have, I'm going to tackle. I would suggest that I just finish my presentation of this question in order to unravel the whole truth and nothing but the truth about the role of the President.
I agree, Senator. We just have to remind each other for rules, and I would like to get the approval of the other members, the other senators present here
Madam
today.
Chairman,
We will continue with
If I
the
may
line of
interject,
questioning.
the Senator Enrile is clearly constructing a timeline and a narrative, and to be very clear about what has the details of that timeline and narrative. I think that will not become clear until he has finished his interpolation. So I would strongly suggest, and would if there is a motion, would second the motion that he continue and be allowed the extra time to finish constructing that timeline and narrative.
Okay, thank you, Senator Marcos. No objection from the other members of the Senate present here today. I'd like to acknowledge...
Chairman.
Yes,
Yeah,
Senator Bam.
Maybe, since most everyone seems to be agreeing already, but maybe just a word to our colleagues that everyone will be asking questions today. So probably just to be able to keep the time also.
Thank you. That's duly noted.
That's why I frame the question in such a way that they either say yes or no and correct the facts, no? So that we can finish this. I also want to finish. I'm old already.
Thank you, Senator Enrile. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Marcos, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Recto, Senator Pimentel, and we shall now continue with the line of questioning of Senator Enrile.
General Lapeñas will read the warrant. Tell us the judge who issued the warrant and in what court this warrant was issued.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Multiple murder, multiple prostrated murder, and multiple attempted murder issued by the Regional Trial Court in Kidapawan City.
Who is
And the judge is Judge Rogelio Narisma, Your Honor.
this happened in the Pawan, the crime.
The crime did not happen actually in Kidapawan, sir, but the cases were filed in Kidapawan City, RTC, sir, Your Honor.
Now, my question is, was the capture of Marwan, dead or alive, solely a Philippine effort?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Why? Why do you say no?
There were support given by another country, Your Honor.
What country was that?
The United States, Your Honor.
What was the nature of the support?
Under the United States Joint Task Force Philippines, based in Zamboanga, they provided us intelligence support, real time. They provide us also training.
Training?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. They
Intelligence?
provide us also equipment, Your
Just a
Honor.
minute. Intelligence, training,
Equipment support, Your Honor.
equipment.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. And in that Oplan Exodus, they provided support in terms of humanitarian and medical evacuation,
Okay.
and also investigation, Your Honor.
Investigation?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm referring to the finger that was severed and it was given to them for the confirmation of the DNA in relation to the brother of Marwan and to his finger that was taken, sir.
Who were the people who conducted the training?
They are members of the Joint Task Force Philippines of the United States based in Zamboanga, sir.
Are they members of the United States military?
Some are members, Your Honor, but some are mere members of the Joint Task Force of the United States based in Zamboanga.
What is that? Are they? It was a military civilian component of the American government.
Yes, sir, Your Honor, because that's why it is Joint Task Force of the United States in Zamboanga. That's
Are
why it's
those,
called Joint Task Force.
Are those civilian components of that task force members of the Central Intelligence Agency?
Well, to my knowledge, Your Honor, because we are talking here about intelligence, they're providing real-time intelligence and intelligence. They should be working in that outfit, Your Honor.
CIA?
The word CIA is never mentioned in our dealings, Your Honor.
But they were giving you intelligence.
Yes, Your
Why
Honor.
are they giving you intelligence on a purely police matter?
Can I answer and explain,
Yes.
Your Honor?
Go ahead.
We all know that the United States Special Operations Command, the top priority mission is counterterrorism, and this is part of the war against terror. The Special Action Force is a unique unit of the Philippine National Police. The primary mission is counterterrorism. And I believe that must be the reason why they're dealing with us insofar as counterterrorism is concerned, Your Honor.
Were they using the visiting forces agreements as a basis of this cooperation or some other agreement of the government with the United States?
Honestly, I don't know, Your Honor. I'm not aware. What they're using as reference.
I asked this question because the visiting forces agreement, to my recollection, deals only with military cooperation between the Republic of the Philippines and the United States. It does not cover police operation, which is actually nothing more than enforcement of criminal laws of the Philippines, handled by the police organization of the country, and these criminal laws are strictly territorial except for a few exceptions. This is something that the government must explain why they have allowed a police matter to include U.S. participation. I'm not saying that I'm correct, but this has to be looked at. Okay? Now, the reason why I asked that question, whether this is solely a Philippine effort, was the fact that the money given, offered as a reward was in US dollars, 5 million US dollars. Who provided that 5 million US dollar reward? General Purisima, was it the Philippine government?
No, Your Honor.
No. Who provided it? Who provided it?
It's not yet provided, Your Honor. It was not yet claimed.
Huh?
It was not yet claimed, Your Honor, so nobody's...
Huh?
Not claimed, not claimed, not claimed.
So it is not yet provided, Your Honor.
I'm not asking about the claimant. I'm asking who provided it.
Your Honor, I suppose it is the U.S. government that offered the 5 million...
Why do you say I suppose? Why are you qualifying your answer? I'm just asking. What country? Who
I am not
provided
sure,
it?
Your Honor. I am not sure, Your Honor.
You're not sure. But it is in US dollars.
Your Honor, that is the very reason why I assume it is the U.S. government.
Okay.
Sir.
Just a minute.
Yes, Chairman Lepeñas, you have something to add?
Madam Chairman, sir, if I may add to the information given by General Purisima, sir.
Yes.
There are two rewards provided for the capture dead or alive of Marwan. One from the U.S. government amounting to $5 million and one from the Philippine government amounting to more than 7 million pesos, sir.
So we provided the reward, and the U.S. government provided the reward. What was the interest of the United States government over Marwan?
It's about giving justice to the people who died in the Bali incident in 2002, wherein more than 200 people perished, and there were some Americans in that incident who died, sir.
Did the President of the Philippines know that the reward was in US dollars?
I believe so, sir. It's an open thing because there was even a poster going around into the Philippine National Police about Marwan with the reward money.
Okay. When the Lanao, the Sulu, Lanao del Sur, and other Maguindanao operations were launched against Marwan, the reward in US dollar was already offered.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
At that time, there was no case yet against Marwan that was filed in Kidapawan.
Your Honor, let me check the dates of the cases filed against him. I'm sorry, the warrant of arrest issued against him. 2007. 2007. There was already warrants issued against him because the date of the warrants are both 2007, Your Honor. Yes, sir, Your Honor.
2007, no? Okay.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Thank you, thank you. Now I will come to the operational aspect of this sordid event. At 4:35:11 a.m. January 25, 2015, DSAF sent a text message to PDG Purisima which said, verbatim, "Sir, good AM. For your information, the operation against SVTs in Mamasapano, Maguindanao shall be conducted by PSAF, supported by PPO, PRO in caps, ARMM caps. Troops are underway. Main element is now on target while support elements are being deployed. Update will be reported." Now, General Purisima, if you were just an advisory or whatever, was it not strange that you should be informed by the operating commander about what is happening?
Your Honor, the information was given to me by Police Director Napeñas for my information because I am supposed to be giving information also to the Chief of Staff and to the OIC of the Chief Philippine National Police.
And to the President.
And to the President, Your Honor.
So you passed this information to the President that morning?
Yes, Your Honor, I passed the information to the President at about, I'm not sure of the time, Your Honor, but it's already before 6 o'clock. Because the first time that I learned about the operations that was launched was already 5:45 in the morning, Your Honor, when Police Director Napeñas was calling me.
Okay.
At 4:30, Your Honor, I suppose the operations was already been finished by that time, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. At 4:34, I will just inform the public and the people that when I say these numbers, these are hours, minutes, and seconds. At 4:38:44 a.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent a text message to OIC, PNP, PDD General Espina, which reads verbatim, "For OIC, PNP, from DSAF, Sir, good AM. On January 25, 2015 at about 2:02:30 hours, PNP SAF, supported by Maguindanao PPO and PRO ARMM, shall be conducting LEO, law enforcement operation against high-value targets in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. Troops are underway and development will be reported ASAP. General Napeñas, you confirm that you sent this message?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And this was in accordance with the order to you of the then Chief PNP, but suspended to saka mo na lang sabihan yung dalawa pag nandun na.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
This was the first time that you were informing the OIC of the PNP about the operation.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. At 5:09:54 a.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent this text message to the Commanding General, 6ID, Infantry Division, which reads verbatim, Ed, good morning, good AM. For your info, on January 25, 2015, at about 230 hours, PNP SAF supported by MAG, PPO, PRO, ARMM, all caps, shall be conducting Leo and serve warrant WA in caps against SVTs in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. Troops underway. Coordination was also done with CO1 mechanized for 45th IB. General Pangilinan, did you receive this text message at that hour, at that time?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I received the text. The record in my phone says 5:06 in the morning, Your Honor, and I read it by 6 in the morning.
What time? What? 5:06. Okay. General Napeñas, that text message you sent to the Commanding General of the 6th Infantry Division in compliance with your agreement with President Aquino when you met him at Bahay Pangarap on January 9, 2015, that coordination with the AFP was not going to be prior to launching of Oplan Exodus, but rather on time, on target. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And you also coordinated with the CO of the 1 mechanized and also the 45 Infantry Battalion, also in compliance with your agreement with the President.
The coordination is in compliance with the time on target concept, sir. However, the person who coordinated with the CO of the 1st Mechanized Brigade is the Deputy Director of the Special Action Force, because that was then his tasking, Your Honor.
Okay. At 5:25:11 a.m., January 25, 2015, the text message of DSAF to the Commanding General of the 6th Infantry Division at 5:09:54 a.m. was passed on to Colonel Hener del Rosario. Is that correct?
Again, sir, the one who coordinated with the Colonel del Rosario, because he's the CO of the 1st Mechanized Brigade, it was then the Deputy Director of the Special Action Force, not me, Your Honor.
Okay. At 5:28 a.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent a text message to Major Achilles de la Cruz, Philippine Army, CC Adjunct. What is this adjunct?
It's Ad Hoc Joint Action Group, Your Honor.
What is the meaning of this adjunct? What is this organization?
It's a part of the reporting mechanism about violation of the peace process, Your Honor.
Okay. And the message that you sent, Sir, good AM, for your information, operation against SVTs in Mamasapano, Maguindanao, shall be conducted by PNP SAF, supported by Maguindanao PPO, PRO, ARMM troops are all underway. Is that true?
Your Honor, may I request that the question be repeated, sir, Your Honor?
At 5:28 a.m., January 25, 2015, DSAF sent a text message to Major Achilles de la Cruz, and the message reads verbatim, Sir, good AM, FYI, for your information, operation against SVTs in Mamasapano, Maguindanao, shall be conducted by PNP SAF, supported by Maguindanao PPO, PRO, ARMM troops are underway. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And it added to that text was ME is now on target. Main effort is now on target at 5:28 in the morning. While SE are being deployed, update will be reported. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
At 5:35 a.m., the same Sunday, Major Achilles de la Cruz sent a text message to DSAF, and the text message reads verbatim. It gave a number, telephone number, 0917-37-40132. Bijen Orense, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And who is Bijen Orense?
He is then the adjunct at that time already, because it used to be Major Achilles, sir, but then Brigadier General Arense is now in the position. In fact, I had a conversation with Major Achilles. That's why I requested for the cell phone number of Brigadier General Arense, sir.
Is he a police officer or an army officer?
He is an army officer, Your Honor.
Now, at 5:45, PDG Purishima, at 5:45 a.m., that same Sunday, January 25, 2015, you sent this text message to President Aquino. Sir, good morning. For info, SAF elements implemented a plan against high-value targets, period. As of now, sir, results indicate that Marwan was killed and one SAF trooper wounded. The body of Marwan was left behind, but pictures were taken. The troopers are now withdrawal phase, and progress report will follow. General Purishima, do you remember that text? Did you send it to the President?
Yes, Your Honor, that text message was taken from the information given to me by Police Director Napeñas when he called me at about that time.
All
Because
right.
that was the only time that I know that the PNP staff had jumped off for that operation.
Did you pass that? Did you pass that to anybody in your command system?
Later in the...
No. Did you pass it?
I also contacted the OIC Chief PNP, Your Honor, and informed him of the activity of PNP staff.
Okay. At 5:48 a.m. that same day, PDG Espino sent a text message to DSAF which reads verbatim, "Congratulations, Leo." General Espino, is this correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. At 5:51 a.m. that same Sunday, PDG Purishima sent a message to his Mista, General Gregorio Pio Katapang Jr., which says verbatim, "Mista, good morning. For your information, our troopers were able to neutralize SVT in Mamasapano area this morning. They are now on withdrawal phase and they need the support of the mechanized troopers in the area. They have coordinated with G3. What is this G3? General Napeñas.
That's the operations officer of the division, Your Honor.
With the army, they use G, no?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Of the 6th Infantry Division and the Mechanized Brigade. Thank you. Did you send this message, General Purishima?
Yes, Your Honor.
General Katapang, did you receive this message?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I received the message.
Okay. So you were forewarned that there was an operation at that hour, 5:51 in the morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. When you, General Purishima, when you send that message, that text message, to General Gregorio Pio Katapang Jr., your Mista, was that in compliance with your agreement with General Napeñas at Bahay Pangarap where you said, ako na, bahala kay General Katapang?
Yes, Your Honor, but it was already late that the operation was already conducted when I was informed.
Never mind the time, but this is in compliance with your usapan sa Bahay Pangarap with the President, di ba?
Your Honor, if it had been earlier, I would have been informed him earlier also, Your Honor.
Okay. That is early na, 5 o'clock. Nag-umpisa lang yung drama.
Before the jump up, Your Honor.
General Katapang, as AFP Chief of Staff, did you inform President Aquino about this message of your Mista, PDG Purisima?
No, Your Honor.
Why not? Did you not consider this a material matter to be known by your Commander-in-Chief?
Your Honor, we receive operations and we have daily operations against high-value target. We did not know that it was Marwan who was being hunted down. And that was just an information. It was not a coordination, Your Honor.
That was just an information.
Yes, there were no coordination.
Yeah.
It was just a text message.
I'm not talking about coordinations yet. You were informed.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's your duty as Chief of Staff to assess every happening in the country, internal security matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. At 5:47 a.m., that same Sunday, Brigadier General Lorenzo texted this message to DSAF, and the message reads verbatim. He gave a number 0917-51-20085. Sir, paki-coordinate lang kay Colonel Mel Feliciano, 601 Brigade, Commander Ray, your withdrawal na ito para maalalayan nila kayo from MILF. Ngayon, tama ba ito, General Peñas?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Yung unang number, ano ba yun? Kanino ba yun?
Yun po, Your Honor, yung number ni Colonel Feliciano, yung brigade commander.
Yung unang binigay sa iyo na number na binasa ko kanina.
No, sir, yung ibinigay ni Major Aquiles de la Cruz, that's the number of General Orense. Yung ipinasa ni General Orense sa akin na number, sir, yan po yung number ni Colonel Feliciano, yung brigade commander,
okay.
sir, Your Honor.
At 6:34 a.m. that same Sunday, DSAF replied to General Lorenzo's message, which said verbatim, copy TY. At 6:16 a.m. that same Sunday, PDG Purisima sent a text message to DSAF saying verbatim, Leo, for your information, I have informed OIC, PNP, re-operation, baka mabigla ka at magtanong. Bakit mo sinabi yung ganun, General Purisima? Baka mabigla ka at magtanong. Sino ang magtatanong?
Your Honor, the information was already given to the Chief PNP. Baka magtatanong si Chief PNP, that was what I meant, Your Honor. Si OIC Chief PNP.
Baka magtanong kay meron bang sekreto dun sa bagay na yun at winarningan mo si General Napeñas na baka magtanong si
There is none, Your Honor.
General Espina?
What I was saying, sir, is to prepare to brief the Chief PNP. That was my intention, Your Honor.
Okay. At 6:01 a.m. that same Sunday, PDGG Espina sent a text message to DISAF which said verbatim, Guerrero, these are verbatim sa Guerrero's number please. Di pa sumasagot si Greg. Tama ba yun, General Espina, na nagpadala ka dito?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Bakit mo kinokontak si General Guerrero?
Kasi sir, yun pong, Your Honor, good morning po.
Yeah.
When I was contacted by General Purisima, maybe 5 minutes before 6 a.m., he told me kuha na si Marwan. Ang sagot ko, ganun ba? Ano ka ko ang nangyari? Kasi hindi ko alam sir from the very start.
Compartmented ka eh.
Yes sir. And if I recall right, he informed me, Japurissima, that SAF was operating. And then, what I did was to immediately read my text messages. And then, that was yung pong pinadala na 4:30, which did not wake me up during that morning. Binasa ko, merong text message na may operation ng ganon at apparently sir parang napapaengkwentro sila or humihingi ng support. That's why sir, my first instinct was to contact my classmate, which is what I always do. Contact the Armed Forces of the Philippines. In this particular case, the commander of Western Mindanao Command in the person of General Rustico Guerrero. Siya po ang namamahala doon. I called him up immediately and to inform him nag-ooperate ang SAF doon sa area at napapaengkwentro. Ang tanong sa akin, sir, ni General Guerrero, ano yan? Hindi na naman nag-coordinate, di ko alam yan Ang sabi ko kay General Guerrero, saka na siguro ang sisihan, di ko rin alam ito, ang importante alalayan natin.
Tama yun.
That's the G, sir. I was informed 5 minutes before 6 a.m. I contacted General Guerrero 5 minutes after 6 a.m. after knowing it. Wala nakakaalam, sir. Pero sabi ko, saka nasisihan. Baka ang importante dito, maalalayan.
Hindi mo alam yung operation?
No, sir.
Hindi rin alam ni General Guerrero?
No, sir. He didn't know. Ang unang reaction niya, sir, ano yan? Hindi ko alam yan, Hindi na naman nag-coordinate. Yun ang exact words niya sa akin, And then I answered that way. Saka na, sir, yung sisihan.
General Guerrero, you're present here. Do you confirm that statement?
Madam Chair, Your Honor. Yes, sir. I received a phone call from General Espina at 6:04 a.m. and he told me about the encounter in Mamasapano, Your Honor.
Where were you that time?
I was in my headquarters in Camp Navarro, Zamboanga City, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, if I may add, I received this, sir, if I may add, I received the call when I was in Manila during that time. I was in Manila the whole day.
Yeah. General Napeñas, at 6:10:51 a.m. that Sunday, it was at this time that the heavy firefight started at Mamasapano between your support unit. Is that correct?
It may be a little earlier, Your Honor, because I received the information at about that time that you said, but it may be a little earlier, but it is not that heavy early in the morning. But when the MILF and the other armed groups started to reinforce their troops, it was later that there was really a heavy firefight. That there was already a heavy firefight at that.
Anyway, we use this as a benchmark. 6 o'clock in the morning of Sunday, the firefight was going on.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. And it ended what time?
That's about 6:02 in the evening or past 6 in the evening, Your Honor.
Okay. At that time, the sub-44 were already all killed.
Yes, Your Honor, mostly of them except because there was one who they were able to bring it to the headquarters of the police headquarters of the Maguindanao PPO, but later died, Your Honor.
And 12 hours of fighting. The Commander-in-Chief, the President of the Philippines, was never heard. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
At 7:26:01 a.m., January 25, 2015, General Peñas, you, as DSAF, you texted a progress report to IC-PNP which said verbatim, for OIC PNP from DSAF, update, re-operation against SBT based on report. Main element J1, Aka Marwan was neutralized but the body was left behind. Due to heavy volume of fire and one wounded sub-trooper, the containment blocking force was engaged 2 kilometers east of Tokalanipaw. That is the message. Grid coordinate 68006 65717. There was heavy firefight and SAF troops suffered casualties. Extraction is ongoing and support from the AFP was requested. Now, mark the time. This is at 7:26, almost 7:30 in the morning. The casualties started to pile up. And you were requesting for AFP support. General Rapeñas,
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
did you get any AFP support at any time from that time all the way to 6 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
When did you get that support?
Immediately when the Deputy Director of SAF and the Operations Officer of SAF went to the Mechanized Brigade, they organized the mechanized and infantry to provide support for our SAF troopers.
And what was the action of the mechanized unit?
Kasama po sila at saka yung Operations Officer, yung tangke nila at saka yung tao nila, sir. Kasama na pumunta doon sa lugar at bumaba sila doon sa vehicle drop-off point.
Nagpaputok ba sila? Nagpaputok ba sila ng kanilang mga baril o kanilang mga kanyon sa tangke?
Wala po, sir, yung nagpaputok initially hanggang sa makarating sa drop-off point, then pumasok sila doon sa looban kasama yung mga sub-troops. Actually, sir, 3 yung recommendation na nakuha din namin yon ng brigade commander. Ang unang recommendation is yung infantry po, then, sir, yung mechanized, then yung artillery. However, ang naipadala lang muna ay yung dalawa are the infantry at saka yung mechanized brigade.
Pero sumama sa labanan yung army.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Oh. Hindi nila nasuportahan yung 55th.
Hindi po nakapasok na malapitan yung nagre-reinforce na combined army at saka special action force because based on the recollection, the statement and testimony yung team leaders na nakausap namin po, sir, open field yung approach at saka may ilog na tatawirin yung lugar ng 55th. That's why hindi sila move forward. And Marcy, pati yung dadaanan, sir, na
Ano
terrain.
bang armament nung tangke nila? Tangke ng mechanized unit, 50 caliber machine gun or 22 caliber cannon or 22 caliber cannon, what?
50 caliber. 50 caliber po, sir, siguro yung mga gamit ng mga tangke, including yung aming
Ano
B-150.
ang range nung 55 caliber na yun?
Yung 50 caliber, sir, that's 1 kilometer.
Effective range.
1 kilometer po yun, sir, Your Honor.
Anong kalayo nung lumalaban sa mga 55th?
It's more than 1 kilometer, Your Honor, at hindi rin makapasok yung mga tangke dahil may mga ilog at saka marshy yung area, Your Honor. Kaya yung infantry lang yung pumasok sa looban para suportan yung 55th SAC, sir, Your Honor.
Now, at 7:26:58 a.m., the same Sunday, PDDG Purisima, Espina, sent a text message to DSAP which reads as follows, verbatim, nag-reinforce na ba? At that point, meron ng reinforcement.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Nag-reinforce sila immediately.
At 7:36 a.m., January 25, 2015, President Aquino replied to the text message of PDG Purisima sent to him at 5:45 a.m. the same day and asked this question, okay? Why was it left behind? Why was it left behind? The other two targets. General Purisima, did you receive this text message of President Aquino?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I received those text messages.
You received them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Peremptory itong question niya. Said, why was it left behind? Ano yung sinatanong niya na why was it left behind?
Your Honor, the way I understand the text message, Your Honor, is the body of Marwan was left behind.
Was left behind. He was interested in the body of
He
Marwan.
was asking if why he was left behind because it will be the evidence that Marwan was killed in February, Your Honor.
He did not believe that he was killed because he wanted the bodies, that it?
Your Honor, for every arrest, there should be the body of the arrested person for us to say that he was already arrested.
How can you arrest a dead person?
Yes, Your Honor, when he was killed, we should have the body to show that he was killed. Because, Your Honor, in the Muslim tradition, the body of a Muslim person is buried within the day.
And why was he asking about two other targets?
There were other targets in the area, Your Honor, based on the intelligence packet provided to us, Your Honor.
He did not ask the condition of his troops?
The text messages will...
No, he did not. I'll just answer my question. Did President Aquino at that moment show concern for the troops that he sent on a dangerous mission?
The text message will speak for itself, Your Honor. The text messages will speak for itself.
Okay.
Because that we were sending text messages, Your Honor.
This was all that he was interested in at that moment.
Maybe not, Your Honor, but that was the text message sent to me.
Okay, thank you. At 7:48 a.m., January 25, 2015, PDG Purisima sent a reply to President Aquino and you said, General Purisima, and I quote, correct me if I'm misquoting this text. Sir, accordingly, when the nearest target from the line of approach is M1. Who is M1? Marwan.
I was referring to Marwan, Your Honor.
Okay. And when they hit the primary target, the other house where Basit Usman was located with other elements reacted and fired at the troopers. There was, I could not continue because the continuation of the text was not completed. Did you send that to President Aquino?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the information I have taken from Director, South Police Director Napeñas.
Now, at 7 7:53:06 a.m. that same Sunday morning, January 25, 2015, only 17 minutes after the 7:36 message of President Aquino to PDG Purisima, DSAP sent a text message to PC Superintendent Talino, which said verbatim, Noli, location of SAP troops, GC, grid coordinate 68006, 65717, and 68234, and 65056. Nasa paligid ng first grid coordinate mga kalaban and tuloy pa rin heavy firefight. Baka pwede hingi artillery support. General Talino, did you receive this message from General Dapeñas?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes sir, I received that text from General Napeña, sir.
General Napeñas, at that point, did you notice the criticality of your condition in the field?
Yes, sir. Based on the recommendation of the ground commander at the time that they need artillery support already, sir.
Now, at 7:59 a.m., January 25, 2015, President Aquino sent General Purisima this text message. If I remember correctly, 160 sub-troopers were involved in this operation, plus provisions for the other and AFP units to assist. The terrain is flat. He knows the terrain very well, and clear, opposed to upland, forested, or jungle terrain. Why they not contain and or overwhelm the 15 to 20 men opposing force? That was his question. Are they still in contact with the two targets? If not, and the opposing force has escaped, now back to square one. Is that true, General Purisima, that he sent this text to you?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, I received that text message.
Okay. You know, my observation in this text, I sense in the text message of President Aquino some frustration, if not irritation, when he said, if I remember correctly, etc. Did you notice this kind of feeling? No.
Your Honor, I presume the President was referring to the first number of personnel, 160, that was to be deployed, Your Honor.
At 8:17 a.m., January 25, 2015, PDG Purisima, you sent this text message to President Aquino. They are presently in contact with reinforcing elements of BIFF. What is this BIFF? You know already that the BIFF is involved. What is this BIFF?
Your Honor, those information that were fed to me by Police Director Napeñas. That's why that's what I've been reporting to the President, Your Honor.
Then I continue the text. The containment forces are the ones in contact right now, you told the President. They are supported by mechanized and artillery support cell. Where did you get the information that they are supported by mechanized and artillery support?
Your Honor, when I texted the commander of the Western Mindanao Command, when I asked for support to help the PNP SAF, it was said in one of the text messages that artillery, mechanized, and infantry support are made available, Your Honor.
Is that correct, General Guerrero? Did you say that?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes sir, I texted him back after I called him in the morning.
And what did you say in your text?
At 8:03 a.m., Your Honor, my text to the former Chief PNP, is meron ng coordination sa ground, tank, infantry, and artillery support are made available. Meaning to say that I already directed the 6th Infantry Division Commander to provide support based on the telephone call of General Espina, Your Honor.
Coordination lang sinabi mo, ha?
That means that the commander on the ground is already talking with the
Yeah.
SAF
Okay.
personnel, Your Honor.
At 8:18 a.m., 8:18 a.m. that same day, PDG Purisima, you sent this text message to President Aquino. The local target Basit and his group were the first group that were engaged by main effort group. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, actually, from all these texts, you can see that President Aquino was fully informed about the ongoing operation, no? At 8:41 January 20 a.m., January 25, 2015, President Aquino sent you, General Purisima, this order. Review your earlier and latest texts. They differ as to which was engaged first. Evidently, he did not understand your texts. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Assumption.
There might be some misrepresentation in my text messages initially, but I was clarified in the succeeding text message, Your Honor.
At 8:45 a.m. that same day, PDG Purisima, you sent this text message to President Aquino. I mean, sir, you clarified. I mean, sir, the first target was Marwan, where they were able to neutralize first. The group of Basit retaliated, which was about 100 meters away. Is this true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. At 10:16 a.m., January 25 to 15, President Aquino texted to you this message, PGG Purisima, and he ordered you. Basit should not get away. Is this true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. At 10:16 a.m., January 25, 2015, General Katapang replied to the text message of PDG Purisima at 5:51 a.m. of that same day, which says verbatim, "Okay, Mista, troops are now in the area monitoring." Did you say this, General Katapang?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes.
What was the size of the troops that were already in the area and monitoring?
I think very limited troops in as much as we were having also an ongoing operation
What
in
do you mean?
other parts.
What do you mean limited troops? How many squads? How many platoons? How
It was
many
just,
companies?
A section of infantry troops,
What
maybe
this,
about 20, Your Honor, and about 6
30?
armored personnel.
How many? How many warm bodies were involved? When you say
May I ask the General Pangilinan the specific number to the initial troops that were made available and the
For heaven's
initial
sake.
armor assets.
For heaven's sake, you're the chief of staff. Pag ginero tayo ng China, ganyan ang gagawin mo, lulubog itong bayan nito. Anyway, General Pangilinan, General Pangilinan, how many warm bodies and what were their armamentation?
Una po ang forces na pinadala natin ay Infantry and Division Recon Company, isang squad po, isang section po yan, 16, at nagpadala rin po ang brigade commander ng mechanized ng 6 na tangke, kasama po ang mga crew noon at personnel na nagsisecure ng tangke, at nagpadala rin po tayo ng 3 members ng EOD at K9 unit na kasamang nag-reinforce sa troopers po.
By the way, gentlemen, with this exchange of messages among generals of the country, police and AFP, did you not make any assessment of the criticality at all of the situation of those poor sub-troops that were entrapped in that place?
May
General
respond.
Katapang, you are the head of the armed forces. Did you not call your J staff to make an assessment of the criticality of the situation of these poor men?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we were not informed about this operation.
Even then, and the army should operate at the tip of your finger. In case of emergency, you are supposed to not even remove your boots. So
Yes, Your Honor.
that's the manner of preparedness of the armed forces. You must be prepared all the time, at any time, anywhere.
Yes, Your Honor, we did that, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we were airborne from 6 o'clock in the morning up to 9 o'clock.
Why did you not send your air assets to cover these poor beleaguered people in order to drive away those untrained elements that are killing them?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, when I arrived at Zamboanga, I was informed by General Guerrero that the SAP troops were involved or in being engaged, and immediately I instructed him to provide all the necessary requirements, support to help the SAP troopers who were engaged.
Why were you in Zamboanga at that moment when your headquarters was in Manila?
We were told to proceed to Zamboanga
By whom?
by the President in order to discuss the Zamboanga bombing incident, Your Honor.
To discuss why the bombing was over and you have a critical situation before you. What was your priority as a commander?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we did not really know the situation at that time because when they launched the operation, it was already after all the encounters that are happening. So therefore, it took some time for our ground commanders to react at the tactical level.
How
Your
many
Honor.
helicopters were deployed in Zamboanga on that day and ready to fly at any moment in case of emergency?
I think, Your Honor, there were available about 2 to 3 helicopters.
Why did you not overfly the area of combat?
There were 2 helicopters that were prepositioned in Cotabato.
No, I'm asking you if you have in Cotabato, how many?
Yes, Your Honor, 2
Why, what?
helicopters prepositioned because General Guerrero was anticipating that air assets will be needed. Unfortunately, it was not requested by the PNP.
My God. Do you need a request to support a beleaguered troop? My goodness.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we follow the chain of command. The decision to utilize the helicopters was relegated to our tactical commanders. They are there to decide what to do.
But if
We will just provide all the necessary requirements, capabilities.
and if you're
We do not macro-manage operation, Your Honor. Because if we do that, every time there's an encounter, they will ask me what to do. So, our commanders are trained to do what to do in times of emergency, in times of contingency. They were there. General Pangilinan was making the decision. The battalion commanders, the lieutenants were there. That is their job. I cannot tell them what to do. I cannot micromanage them, Your Honor.
okay. You were with the president in Zamboanga, General Katapa.
Yes, Your Honor.
When the you were talking to General Purisima. Did you inform the President what was going on?
I did not talk to General Purisima, Your Honor, Madam Chair. I just received a text
When
message
you were
informing me.
texting General Purisima and you got the information that about what was happening in Maguindanao, did you tell the President that there is something going on in Maguindanao?
No, Your Honor.
Why
Madam
not?
Chair.
Is your Commander-in-Chief, you're responsible of internal and national security.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, that was a PNP operation. I should not inform the President. The PNP should be the one to inform the President of what's happening.
The PNP. So, the line of command was paralyzed that day. The command system of the AFP and the AFP was paralyzed that day. And that is the reason why we lost 44 people.
Madam Chair, with due respect to the Honorable Senator, the chain of command was never broken at that time. The troops were on the ground and coordinating directly with Director Napeñas and his men on what to do. There were options that will have to be made, but these are decisions that are made by our tactical commanders on the ground. We just have to believe in what their decision will be, because if we micromanage them, we will break the chain of command.
Did you
Your
receive
Honor.
any order or any command from the President if he knew what was going on in Mamasapano as Chief of Staff? Did you receive any order?
No, Your Honor.
No. He did not say anything to you.
No, Your Honor.
General Gasmin, Secretary Gasmin, you were with the President in Zamboanga. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you know about the Mamasapano incident at that time when you were in Zamboanga?
I didn't know about the Mamasapano incident, Your Honor.
Not at all.
Not at all.
But there was a briefing according to the newspapers and according to the text messages.
I was not involved in the briefing, Your Honor.
No.
Later on in the afternoon, which was after the firefight already, Your Honor.
Anyway, I will continue with my question and we will come to that.
Senator Enrile, with your indulgence, may I ask for a 1-minute suspension? Just a 1-minute suspension.
Yeah, yes, sir. It was up.
Please return to your seats. We will begin shortly. May we ask the other resource persons to please return to the plenary hall? May we ask the resource persons to please take their seats? We will begin shortly. We will resume shortly. Thank you. The session will resume. Senator Enrile is taking a short break. He has begun his line of questioning, but we will now go with the individual senators who are present here today, beginning with Senator Soto to ask his questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be very brief. As a matter of fact, I will be able to allow the rest of my 10 minutes to the continuation of Senator Enrile if he so wishes later. Just 2 points. First is we would want an update on the benefits of the dependents of this AP44. Would like to find out what has already been done for them, what has been given, at ano na po at what stage are we? So just to complete my perspective on the entire incident, Madam Chair.
General Marquez, would you like to answer the question?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Your Honors, as of this month, as of Monday, Your Honor, January 25, 2016, we have provided the heirs of SAP 44 a total of 102 million pesos. So this would include all the benefit package from the Philippine National Police, from the National Police Commission, from the Public Safety Mutual Benefit Fund Incorporated, from the President's Social Fund, and the donation from the Senate, from the House of Representatives, and the other LGUs, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Also, the heirs are receiving a total of 527,000 pension benefits every month from the Philippine National Police, and a total of 490,000 pension benefits from NAPOLCOM every month, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much for that update. Does this include the educational benefits for the dependents?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the benefits extended to the families, dependents of this 44 includes housing, employment opportunities, and livelihood, Your Honor.
I think so we have a representative from the presidential management staff who could explain the details of housing, educational benefits, and livelihood opportunities extended to them, sir.
Okay na po sa amin yun. Basta as long as we are given a copy, we need not be explained.
Yes, sir. We will provide, sir, the complete. Yes, sir. We will do that, sir.
At least alam natin kung ano
Yes,
nangyari.
sir.
And then one final point. Can you give us an update on the $5 million reward? Ano na nangyari? May nakakolekta na ba? Nakolekta na ba? Sino bang kokolektahan nun? At kanino mapupunta?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the reward is not yet claimed, but it is now being processed. It will go to the informant, sir, that pointed to the location of Marwan.
So, in process pa?
Yes, Your Honor.
This will come from the United States government.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Soto. The next to ask is Senator TG Gingona. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my initial questions are directed against General Purisima. General Purisima, let me read again the text that you sent President Aquino on 5:45 a.m. Sir, good morning. For info, SAF elements implemented O plan against high-value targets. As of now, sir, results indicate that Marwan was killed and one SAF trooper wounded. The body of Marwan was left behind and pictures were taken. The troopers are now withdrawal phase and progress report follow. So, ang report niyo po, one was wounded. One SAF was wounded.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, that was my report, Your Honor.
Yes. Then, of course, President Aquino later on replied, why was it left behind? Referring to the body of Marwan and the two other targets. He was asking about the two other targets. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, then thereafter, you texted him. Sir, accordingly, when the nearest target from the line of approach is M1, when they hit the primary target, the other house where Basit Usman was located with other elements reached and fired at the troopers. Okay. Ito. There were about 15 to 20 armed elements. It was about 4:30 a.m. and it was decided that they pull out after gathering pictures and evidence. They were not able to reach the secondary targets. Sir, 15 to 20 ang report mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So sa first text, one trooper wounded. Sa second text, 15 to 20 ang kumakalaban.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sagot later on ni President Aquino, if I remember correctly, 160 SAF troopers were directly involved in the operation. Okay? Plus provisions for other PNP and AFP units to assist. Okay? Then he talks about the terrain. And then, why could they not contain and overwhelm the 15 to 20 member opposing force? Okay? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm rereading this to show that, of course, the reality, what was happening on the ground, was different from what the President knew. Now, what was the source of knowledge of the President at this time? The source of what the situation was the text messages of General Purisima, which we know by now was totally different from what was happening on the ground. So at that time in the morning, there was only one SAF trooper that was wounded, according to General Purusima's text. Number two, ano pang alam ni Presidente Pinoy? Ang lumalaban, 15 to 20 people. Again, regardless of what is the reality on the ground. Remember, this is what the President knew based on the text. So 15 to 20 lang ang kumakalaban. Tapos ang puwersa na kumakalaban sa 20, 160. Okay? 160 troops plus plus. I'm doing this to show because there was an intimation kanina that the President did not care. But the President, or any person for that matter, relies only upon what he knows, upon information fed to him. And what President Aquino knew is that there's only one wounded, 15 to 20 ang kalaban, tapos ang puwersa ng pulis 160 plus plus. So in the mind of the President, the operation was going as planned, or was going, how do we say that, was going all right, for want of a better term, was going all right. But the point is, there was no basis for the President at this point in time, based on the information that was fed him, there was no basis for the President to be alarmed. You don't have to be the President. Ikaw mismo, put yourself in his place. Isa lang ang wounded, 15 to 20 ang kalaban, ang puwersa mo 160 plus plus. Would you be alarmed? I don't think so. That's why I think it is unfair to say that there was no concern on the part of the President. And lastly, General Purisima, lastly, in your 817 text, among others, to the President again, you state, they are supported by mechanized and artillery support. Sir, tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. So hindi lang isang wounded, hindi lang 15 to 20 people ang kalaban versus 160 plus plus na pulis. Meron pa palang kasamang tangke at may kanyon pa. Kung ako nagbabasa nito, yun ang interpretation ko. And this would lead an ordinary person to conclude that at this point, the operation is going all right. There is no basis for alarm. So I think it was very, very unfair to conclude based on the text that there was no text of concern on the part of the President. Very, very unfair. Okay. And lastly, the President said, review your earlier text and later text. They differ as to which was engaged. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, he was not only misled as to the reality of the situation, the information was also confusing. The information was also confusing. So I'd like to
Your
stress
Honor.
that point.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yes, General.
With regard to the misled, I did not mislead. It was just the interpretation of who was attacked first. It was just in the presentation. The attack on Marwan and Basit Osman, that was the only difference.
Yeah, you addressed that in a later text.
Yes, Your Honor, but
Yes.
I did not mislead the President.
All right, all right. All right, General. So I would like to make that point that there was no basis at that point for the President to be alarmed because of the information fed to him. Okay. Can I call, yes, General Napeñas? Okay. I am reading from page 59 of the report of the joint NBI-NPS Special Investigation Team. Okay. Page 59 says, at around 11:20, DSAF, sino pong DSAF? Kayo po?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay.
instructed Ensoy. Who is Ensoy, sir?
That's our radio operator sitting beside me during this time, Your Honor.
Okay. DSAF instructed Ensoy to broadcast to the ground troops to hold their fire to pave the way for incoming CCCH, who will intervene on the battleground. He monitored on the radio that the 43rd SAC was calling the 55th SAC. Yung 56 po, yun ang pumunta na sa kay Marwan, ano?
No, sir, Your Honor. The 84th Seaborn, they were the
Yung
men,
84th, ito yung nasa likod, yung anong tawag niyo dyan?
yung support element.
Support elements.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
Your Honor.
That they are on their way to reinforce, but they do not know the latter's location. The 55th SAC replied that they will make a let's go fire for them to be located. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Moments later, the 43rd SAC radioed that it is impossible for them to proceed since a huge number of armed groups were blocking their way and engaging them in heavy firefight. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. After an hour, Razor called up and was asking for reinforcement and the location of 84th. He repeatedly called and asked desperately for reinforcement. At around 1 p.m., Razor called up saying, "Mauubos na kami." His radio then went silent. Ensoy tried to contact Razor again but did not get any reply. Sino po si Razor?
That's Police Senior Inspector Iranya.
And sinasabi niya dito, mauubos na kami. Then his side radio went silent. Correct ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At around 1:30 p.m., the DSAF instructed Ensoy to broadcast to all troops in their field to cease fire because the representatives of the CCCH are on their way for mediation. Correct po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, because there was an earlier text message from General Purisima to hold on to your position and not move forward so that it will not be misconstrued by the opposing forces that we are continue on the reinforcement or attacking them, Your Honor. That's why the order is to cease fire and to hold on to their position.
Okay, so your basis for the order to stand down, your basis for your order to stand down was an order from General Purisima. Am I correct?
Stand down and hold on to your position are two different things, Your Honor. My order is to cease fire, prevent the troops from firing against the enemy, and not to move forward. That's why it's hold on to your position.
Hold on to your position. Okay. So the order to hold on to your position, not to move forward, using your words, was from General Purisima. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
I just want to be clarified, General Napeñas, why that was the order when you received earlier radio message from Razor, and that's very clear na there is a sense of extreme urgency. Biro mo, sabi niya, mauubos na kami. And then you gave an order to hold on, not to move forward. Mauubos na kami. And then his radio went silent. I just want to be clarified, sir.
Yung pong CCCH, kung pwede pong ulitin yung oras, that's about 11 o'clock, Your Honor. Yung hold on to your position, yung sinabi nyo na papasok yung CCCH, that was about 11 o'clock. However, at about 1:04, even before na nag-radio si Razor, we were requesting for artillery support. Dahil napag-alam po namin na hindi tumitigil yung pag-atake nila at tuloy-tuloy. If I may read itong text messages namin from General Napeña, Director SAP, at 1:04 p.m., same day, January 25, for OIC PNP from DSAP. Sir, good PM. Hindi tumigil MILF pag-atake sa atin, sir. Ito location, mga tao natin na paligirian, 360 degrees na kalaban. Grid coordinate of sub-troops in Army under attack. 68100, 65097, and 68006, 65718. Baka maubos tao natin sa mga lugar na ito, sir. Request and direct fire support sa paligid ng locations na ito. So, I was requesting for the artillery support even before na nag-radio si Razor, Your Honor.
Okay, but even after that, you still gave the order not to move forward and to hold on to your positions.
Yes, Your Honor. Naka-hold on to their position dahil nga doon sa effort ng CCCH and because of the order ni General Purisima, Your Honor.
Now it's two, dalawa yung basis. Hindi lang yung order ni General Purisima. Now it's also the request of the CCCH. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Ang nagsabi sa akin po, yung text message ni Purisima, na papasok na po yung CCCH. That's why nga po, huwag mag-move forward. At that time, wala po yung direct coordination ng CCCH sa akin, Your Honor.
Okay. General Purisima, how come you knew about the CCCH?
Your Honor, what I remember with the text message that we are referring to is I contacted a MILF person to assist us in having the troops, the MILF troops, back out in the operation. So I was just giving information to General Napeñas what that person was giving me, that they have already contacted their commanders, but
Who was that person, sir?
a member of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, Your Honor, sa Tarlamalan.
I see. Member doon ng CCCH?
No, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with what they are saying that CCCH, Your Honor, because I'm not connected. I have no contact with CCCH. What I remember, Your Honor, is that I tried to contact the MILF for them to withdraw their troops. Nakikiusap po tayo sa kanila, Your Honor, na umalis na sila doon sa lugar kasi nahihirapan na po yung mga SAF elements natin, na tropa ng SAF ang nandun sa loob, hindi po. Yun ang pakiusap po natin sa kanila. And I was relaying also yung sinasagot sa atin nung sagot ng MILF sa atin, Your Honor.
Okay. Sige, thank you. One last. For the SND, sir, were you aware that the President instructed the Commanding General of the Philippine Air Force? Is he around? Maybe we should ask the Commanding General then of the Philippine Air Force. Pa-oath ko na lang? Pa-oath mo.
We ask the Secretary to administer the oath to the the Commanding General of the Philippine Air Force.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, Your Honor. Thank you. For the record, Your Honor, the chairperson affirmed his oath.
Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Gingona.
Sir, ano po nangyari nung nag-board yung presidente at anong sinabi niya sa'yo when he boarded the plane for Zamboanga?
Your Honor, a few minutes before he boarded the plane, I was the one who escorted him to the aircraft. And before boarding, he asked me if I was aware of the operations against Marwan in Maguindanao, and if there are any updates. Now, I was silent for those questions, considering that I was not aware of or conscious of the operations. And with that, he advised, or he directed me to alert
air assets within that area to support the ground operations thereat if necessary, which I did after he left upon calling the commander of the West Mincom and the 3rd Air Division commander to alert the aircraft. And I think they already did earlier than when I called them.
Okay, so he did order you to provide all the air support for the operations.
Yes, sir. He directed me to alert all air assets in Mindanao to support the operations just in case they are needed.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Your 10 minutes, sir, has lapsed. You can ask your last question, sir, if you'd like to wrap up, Senator.
Okay, Lieutenant General Guerrero. Sir, when did the President find out about the true situation in Mamasapano? What time of the day was that? Because you were together in Zamboanga.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, at around 10:20, the President arrived in Zamboanga City. So he went into the briefing room. We waited for him to allow us to start the briefing about the Zamboanga City blast. And then at around 1100, I think, past 11, I was summoned to a room together with the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of National Defense. And he asked me, what do you know about the operation? So I told him about the telephone call of General Spina, the text messages of General Purisima, and a phone call of General Peñas, and my talk over the phone with General Pangilinan. I told the President I do not know anything about this operation. Second, I informed him that I already directed the 6th Infantry Division Commander to support operations as requested by the OIC of the PNP, General Spina, sir. And lastly, I informed him that I already alerted the 2 UE helicopters on standby in Pagadian to transfer to Awang in Maguindanao in case the 6th Infantry Division requires its utility during the support operations to that Special Action Force, even if there was no request, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Angara is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. I'd like to ask a few questions from Secretary of National Security, Secretary Garcia, Cesar Garcia, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask, what was the situation with Marwan? Why was Marwan such a big target? And why was it important to keep the, in your view, was it a correct decision to keep the operation top secret?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the operations against Sulki Philippine here, alias Marwan, a Malaysian terrorist who is included in the United Nations 1267 sanctions list of terrorists, was part of a larger security operations mounted during the papal visit in January 2015. As a backgrounder, when it was confirmed that His Holiness Pope Francis will come to the Philippines, our intelligence community went into high gear to gather information and better assess the security threats to the Pope. By the third quarter of 2014, the initial intelligence estimate on the papal visit was completed and presented to the President and the Cabinet Cluster on Security. In our estimate, we assessed that the biggest and most serious threat to the security of the Pope would be coming from jihadist groups, whether international or local. If it will be recalled, earlier that year, in June 2014, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the so-called Caliph of the Islamic State announced the establishment of the caliphate, with his spokesman promising, among others, to plant the black flag of the ISIS in the Basilica in Rome. Also, it will be recalled further back in 1995, during the visit of Pope John Paul II, a terrorist plot targeting the Pope was discovered and disrupted. The plotters included Al-Qaeda operatives Ramzi Youssef, who masterminded the first World Trade Center bombing, and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who masterminded the second World Trade Center bombing. On this basis, it was further assessed that jihadists, whether local, particularly foreign jihadists, if they were to mount an operation in the Philippines targeting the Pope, they would need to enlist the assistance of local jihadist groups. The assistance will come in the form of logistics, that's meaning explosives, firearms, vehicles, safe houses, and intelligence, which includes surveillance and operational data collection. Included among the local jihadist groups, which may lend support to these international terrorist groups who could be planning to target the Pope, are the following: the Abu Sayyaf, the BIFF, Islamic converts to Islam belonging to the Raha Sulaiman movement, and the remnants of the Indonesian Jemaah Islamiyah in Mindanao, led by Marwan. Therefore, to reduce the threat coming from these foreign terrorists like ISIS and Al-Qaeda against the Pope, it was very important we recommend the following steps to the cabinet cluster and to the security sector present therein. We recommend that we sustain operations against the Abu Sayyaf in the Basulta area to keep them off-balanced. We also recommended to conduct continuing operations against the BIFF in central Mindanao during that period before and during after the papal visit. We also recommended that we mount a legal offensive to arrest and rearrest the dangerous jihadists who may have either been recently arrested or were unaccounted for in the past. And lastly, to conduct a special targeted operations to neutralize remnants of the Jemaah Islamiyah in the southern Philippines and their local support groups. This was particularly targeted against the group.
Madam Chair, sorry, Secretary, sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize. But we're trying to drive at some point here. Madam Chair, is it okay if I ask, was the AFP and PNP, were they working together on these projects, or were they also compartmentalized to certain groups?
I believe the President gave instructions for them to coordinate.
So they were working together, and you were part of this. Do you confirm this, Secretary Gasmin?
Yes, Your Honor, I confirm.
How about Secretary Rojas?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, Secretary Gasmin and I jointly signed the list of rewards to be given by the Philippine government to include Marwan and several others of these high-value terrorist targets.
So I guess yung puntos po natin bakit naiba yung meron tayong sa konteksto po nung operation nung Exodus, may wider context ng war against terrorism. Pero bakit naiba dito? Kailangan ba talagang sikreto? What is your analysis, Secretary Garcia?
Operations against high-value targets like Marwan, among others, is always a very classified and a very where special security operational security protocols are observed. So that is the nature of this kind of operation.
Thank you, Secretary. Madam Chair, I'd like to ask General Delgado, who earlier, sir, you testified that the President asked you to provide air support. Is that correct? What time did he give you those instructions? Is that January? I assume that's January 25th, no?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. He gave me the instructions a few minutes before he took off. He took off at 9:01, so I presume it was 15 minutes before he took off.
901. And what action was taken upon those instructions?
I initially asked our A3 and A2 regarding information on the operations, and after seeing that they were not aware of the operations, I called on the West Mincom Commander, General Guerrero, to inform him of the instructions of the President, and us also at the same time on on information regarding the operation, which General Guerrero has not much information about the operation. And likewise, the 3rd Air Division Commander to also relay the instruction of the President to alert the aircraft. And at that time, we don't have helicopters in Cotabato City.
Pero may pinalipad eventually. Saan nanggaling ho yung helicopters?
Sir, the West Mincom directed the...
Zamboanga? Galing
Yes, sir, Zamboanga.
Okay. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, General Delgado. General Guerrero, you testified earlier that you texted, was it General Napeñas or General Purisima, na parating na po yung suporta ng AFP in the form of infantry, artillery, and tank support. Anong oras po yan?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, it's 8:03 a.m.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Can I ask General Purisima, sir, meron ho kayong text exchange na nabanggit na nung ni Senator Enrile ni Senator Gingona kay Pangulo. At tinext nyo siya ng 7:36 a.m. They are presently in contact with reinforcing elements from BIFF. The containment forces are the ones in contact right now. They are supported by mechanized and artillery support, sir. 7:36 po yun. I'm just wondering, ano yung basehan nyo yung pag-text nun? Kasi 8:30 pa ho dumating yung text ni General Guerrero. So, matanong lang ho sa inyo.
Your Honor, the information I have been providing with the President came from Police Director Napeñas.
So yung sinabi niyong they are supported by mechanized and artillery support, galing po kay General Napeñas yan?
Actually, Your Honor, if you will check the time, I think it was later. That,
Parang hindi
I
kasi
sent-
yung sequence yung kung bakit dapat nauna yung text ni General Guerrero kaysa
Nauna,
sa
sir,
text niyo.
yung text ni General Guerrero before the text to the President, Your Honor.
Well, that's what we have on record, no? Yung text niyo kay Presidente is 7:36, yung text po ni General Guerrero sa inyo is 8:30. So parang may konting maybe General Napeñas, anong masasabi niyo po rito?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, the first time they texted to request for artillery support through General Talino was 7:53 in the morning because at that time, he was then at the Mechanized Brigade headquarters. The text message was addressed to General Talino. The second text message that I requested for artillery support is at 7:55 in the morning. The text message went to Police Director General Purisima and Deputy Director General Espina, and again to Police Chief Superintendent Talino. And I will read it. At 7:55 a.m. Sir, location of subtroops, GC 68006, 65717, and 68234, 65056. Nasa paligid ng first grid coordinate makalaban at tuloy pa rin heavy firefight. Napindan tropa sa first grid coordinate at mayroong mga casualties sila. Baka pwede hingi artillery support. Again, sir.
Okay, Madam Chair, yung tanong po kasi natin is, we want to know why General Purisima texted the President at 7:36 na they are supported by mechanized and artillery support. Before 7:36, may text ho ba kayo kay General Purisima na suportado na po yung 55th at 84th SAF ng mechanized at artillery support? Meron ho ba kayong text na ganon?
None, Your Honor. That's why I emphasize that the first time that I requested for artillery support is at 7:53, followed by at 7:55, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, General Peñas, Madam Chair. Yung concept po ng time on target, ito ba yung first operation, yung Exodus, ang first operation na magkakaroon ng time on target?
No, sir. Even in the other operations of the 84th SAC, that concept was being followed, sir.
Well, let me be more specific. Yung concept na time on target na ino-notify niyo po yung friendly forces, namely the 6th ID, namely Police PNP Chief Espina, doon lang sila mano-notify upon entry into, kasi dati kasama niyo sila tapos hindi niyo nakukuha dahil nakaka-escape po, di ba? So ang tanong ko po, ito ba yung first operation na talagang sinekreto ninyo at yung time on target talagang as as may be necessary lamang.
Hindi rin po, sir. Meron din previous operations, yung 84th SAC doon sa Zamboanga, na ganyan ang concept na sinusunod nila po.
So hindi nyo sinabihan ang Chief PNP nun?
No, sir. In that case, yung mga previous operations...
Yung AFP, hindi nyo po kasama dun sa sinasabi nyo?
Yung AFP friendly forces po at saka yung PNP friendly forces na sinasabihan, time on target, sir. But then the commanders dito sa taas, even before na mag-jump off or some minutes or hours before na mag-jump off, sir, na-informan na sila or even na during na nag-jump off na yun.
Sa tingin niyo po, Madam Chair, General La Peñas, when did you first notify or signal for help from the AFP? Mga 4 a.m. ba? 5 a.m.? Ano yung first text ninyo? Medyo maaga na ng umaga yun, di ba?
That's about 4:35, 4:38. 4:38, but then nabasa nga, sir, na si Sergeant Commander.
Ano yung trigger nun? Ano yung trigger for that text from you?
The trigger is the coordination that we will inform friendly forces when the troops are already on the target.
Hindi, bakit ho kayo humingi ng saklolo? Nakatanggap ba kayo ng text mula kay Train o kaya sa ibang member ng 84th na nangangailangan sila ng tulong? O nakuha na nila yung, di ba may bingo, mic 1, signal na nakuha nyo na yung daliri, di ba? So ano yung trigger nyo to ask for help from the AFP?
Expectedly, sir, Your Honor, dahil yung lugar na yon, it's part of the assumption na magre-react yung mga MILF. So as early as those times, ay humihingi na kami ng tulong din sa extraction, Your Honor.
Yung time on target, tingin nyo, was it a successful concept? Was it successfully executed, General?
Yes, Your Honor, because the foremost and one of the most important consideration in these operations is operational secrecy, operational security, to ensure that the main assault force will not be compromised along the way, considering that they will be walking 5 kilometers, that 5 hours. So we have to exercise maximum operational security, Your Honor.
Kung may babalik po natin yung panahon, of course, madali yung analysis po namin, General, Madam Chair. Pero may iibahin ba kayo dun sa operation kung may chance kayo? Would you have notified the AFP earlier, 1 hour earlier? Would you have told them earlier? Would you have still operated the time on target concept po?
Napakahirap po sir na balansehin yun, Your Honor. Babalansehin mo, nasisiguraduhin mo na hindi maglilik yung trabaho dahil it's either mainformahan yung kalaban.
Na-stuck yung 84th ng 2 oras sa tubig, di ba? Hindi ho ba?
Hindi sir 2 oras.
Isang oras?
1 hour sir.
So,
yung pagtawid nila.
umalis sila ng 2 a.m., ang goal nila makarating kagad sa bahay ni Marwan, di ba?
Nasa before yung river sila sir mga 2:20, 2:30.
Ultimong anong oras sila nakarating?
Nakarating sila sir mga 4:15 doon sa
Would it not have been better to notify the AFP at 2 a.m. pagkaalis na nila? O takot kayo na sisingaw yon?
Napakahirap po yun sir kasi kung may 2 oras pa, mateksan lang o malaman lang ng kabila yung movement yon. In 1 minute or 2 minutes pag nakababa yung tao, nakatakbo ng 200, 300 meters from the house, hindi mo na makukuha. And that happened dun sa boutique operations, Your Honor.
Thank you, General. Dito sa text exchange po ni General Purisima at ni Pangulo, ang pagkaintindi ni Pangulo, if I remember correctly, 160 SAF troopers were directly involved in this operation. Yun ba yung pagkapaliwanag nyo sa kanya? O may konting difference between his understanding at dun sa paliwanag ninyo?
During the briefing doon sa Malacanang, Your Honor, na-lay down namin yung troops na gagamitin. Okay. Yung containment doon sa loob at saka yung containment dito sa labas. That's why, yun nga, yung 160 yung mga nasa loob, the rest of the 392 ay nandito for sa containment din sa labas.
Kaninong decision yung magpasok 2 squadron lang or 2 grupo lang? Tapos pero may nakabantay yun, di ba? Parang may tutulong sa retreating force. May grupo yon.
Yes, Your Honor. Kasama po sa plano yan na ginawa ng mission planning group.
Ang tanong, anong role nung 41st, 42nd, and 45th? Bakit hindi sila pumasok eventually nung nagkakagirian na po? Kasi by 1:30 patay na po lahat ng 55th, di ba? Ang trabaho ng 55th, sila yung magbabantay doon sa 84th. Pero ang nangyari, sila yung na-ambush, di ba? So, bakit habang ina-ambush sila, hindi na pumasok po yung 41st, yung 42nd, at saka yung 45th?
Yun nga po yung oras na kasama na yung Army at saka yung 45th at saka yung 41st na sinasabi niyo, Your Honor, their best na tumawid dun sa open field pero hindi nga po makatawid because of the heavy volume of fire.
Yung open field, gaano kalayo po yung kalaban?
More or less, sabi nila mga 300 to 400 meters. Kasi ang distansya na lang yung...
Bakit hindi finire yung sinasabing 55 caliber na 1 kilometer po yung distansya?
Hindi po makikita kasi sa highway po yung mga armor assets at yung sa loob is more than 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers na, sir, yun eh. Hindi mo makikita. 1 kilometer plus. Kaya hindi mo makikita yun sa looban.
Yung meeting nyo nung January 9 kay Presidente, ilan yung pinadagdag niyang tropa? Ilan yung original na pinopose nyo? Ilan yung pinadagdag niya?
Less than 300 yung original, sir, then nagiging less than 400.
So nagpadagdag siya ng 100?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
More or less yun, sir, yung dagdag,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you. Just two more questions, Madam Chair. Kay General, andito ba si General Marquez? Sir, anong analysis niyo po ng Oplan Exodus? Have you made an analysis of the plan?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, first we read, sir, the report of the Board of Inquiry, and let me highlight some of the findings of the Board of Inquiry. As to the planning, according to the report, sir, the planning was done only by a group of officers. There was actually no planning team. And as such, the BOI made this conclusion that the plan was defective from the very beginning because of the following. There was a poor analysis of the area of operations. There were unrealistic assumptions. There was poor intel estimate. There was absence of abort criteria. There was lack of flexibility on the concept of operations. The application of the time on target manner of coordination was inappropriate. And of course, the absence of prior coordination. Madam Chair, Your Honor, there was no indication that a real contingency planning was done. In a high-risk operation like Exodus, I think that a real contingency planning should have been done. And it is manifested by the fact that there were no written contingency plans. We also surmise after reading the plan, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that for a high-risk operation like Exodus, we felt that the national headquarters, the directorial staff of the NHQ, could have contributed to the thoroughness of the plan in the following perspective. We could have provided some strategic inputs insofar as the primacy of the peace process is concerned, because the BOI report was very clear in saying that peace process was never discussed during the whole planning process. We could also have pointed out that the TOT could only be applicable on low-risk operation in urban centers, but obviously dangerous, if not fatal, in a high-risk operation like Exodus. As Director of Operations, I could have insisted the conduct of a full-scale contingency planning, Madam Chair, Your Honor. And when I say full-scale contingency planning, scenarios should be debated, actions plan should be listed, resources needed should be made available on the ground, and a mechanism for decision-making should have been put in place, just like what I did during the APEC operations, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Can we get the comments of General Napeñas especially dun po sa lack of abort criteria and contingency planning? Baka naman hindi sinulat kasi nga sinisekreto niyo. Meron ho ba kayong abort criteria or contingency planning?
We have contingency plans. We have abort criteria.
Hindi lang naisulat ho.
Nandito po, sir.
Opo.
Nakalagay po yan during the briefing
Sinong
presentation
nakakaalam
and
po niyan?
deliberation. All the operating troops commanders, yung mission planning group, I would disagree that there was no planning team. There was a mission planning group.
Can we just establish, Madam Chair, sinong nakakaalam po nung contingency plan? Ito ba yung mga commanders, sila Train?
Yes,
Train
Your Honor.
knows about that. And then, anong pangalan nung nag-head dun sa 55th?
Si Iranya, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Iranya.
Iranya, alam niya. So lahat ng
things.
hepe nung mga, yung 41st, 42nd, 45th, alam nila yan?
Yes, Your Honor. And I would like also to disagree that there were no contingencies and there were no abort criteria. There were. I would like also to disagree that there was no detailed planning. We have been doing this from Wolverine, 1, 2, 3, Terminator 1 and 2, then Exodus.
I think si
There was-
Senator Enrile wants to ask a question.
Senator Angara, yes. Senator
With the
Enrile.
permission of
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
General Marquez, as a professional soldier, when a project is compartmented by the President, can you do the normal planning system that you are saying? Can you interfere as a Director of Operation of the PNP in a compartmented operation?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I said that we could have, had it been.
That is correct. That is why you are using a subjunctive term.
Yes, Your
That's
Honor.
correct. If it is a normal procedure that it goes into the command system, then all of that, what you're saying, would have happened. You can put your inputs. But this operation is exceptional. It was compartmented by the President himself. Can you interfere with your President if he compartments a project?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I believe that the Director staff could ask for inputs. I don't think the President prevented him from asking inputs from other officers in developing that plan, Your Honor.
Kaya nga sinabi niya, sabihan mo yung dalawa pag nandun na. Meaning he will exclude everybody below OIC Espina and Secretary Rojas. What were you there? You're just an operation officer of the armed forces of the National Police. You're below the chief PNP.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So, if he
just to
excluded
clarify-
your heads,
Senator Enrile,
Yes.
just to clarify, I think it was General Purisima who specifically said to exclude Secretary Rojas and also Director General Espina, not the President.
well, he was in the room with the President. And
No,
that's
I
why
think he said this
he
when they
blunted
stepped
immediate-
aside. Please clarify,
Anyway,
General Purisima.
this is a matter of debate on what went on inside that room. Only General Purisima can tell the world if they were kissing each other or discussing.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, when we entered the room of the President, he was just telling me about the music system that he has, the new amplifiers and the new speakers. And Your Honor, that is why I have been telling you all earlier that this plan was planned by the PNP SAP. You have already heard the statement of our Police Director Na Peñas that there was a mission planning group by PNP SAF. That's why they have considered all the details of that. And then they were the ones who implemented the operations. That's why our role with the President is only informatory, Your Honor. We were just giving some inputs during the course of the briefing, but we were not substituting the decision of the Director SAF.
Madam Chair, just a few more
Would you like- yeah,
questions.
go ahead.
Just a few more,
Continue
Madam Chair.
with your line of questions,
Yes.
Senator.
General Na Peñas, according to, I was reviewing the testimonies of some of our witnesses before, at lumalabas na yung mga, like yung 6IB, hindi nila alam na may 55th SAF pa dun sa, I think bandang hapon na nila tama ho ba yan? Anong oras nyo nalaman na may 55th pala? General Pangilinan, Madam Chair. I remember you saying that it was sometime after lunch, so maybe 3, 4, 5, something like that.
No, sir, around 5
5 p.m.
Your Honor.
Ang tanong, General, Madam Chair, bakit hindi na-convey sa kanila na meron pa palang isang grupo doon na bagamat hindi sila yung focus nung investigation kasi wala sa kanila si Marwan, pero sila yung naging agrabyado kumbaga looking back. Bakit hindi yung coordinates nila hindi nabigyan na maaga sa AFP?
I would disagree again, Your Honor. Early in the morning, nag-text si Colonel Del Rosario papunta kay General Pangilinan. 2 grupo sila sa loob. If we go back, Doon sa text messages ni Colonel Del Rosario, nandoon po yun. Second,
What time was that ho? Yung kay General Del Rosario. Anong oras po yan?
i-check lang natin yung
Sige,
exact
sige. Okay.
time, Your Honor.
Alright. But
There were
morning,
coordinates.
before lunch. Before lunch yun.
Yes, Your Honor, before lunch. That's maybe about 8:30 or 9, something like that. But there were coordinates. I was reading already earlier, grid coordinates. And that came from the GPS that the troops were using on the ground. That's why it is even 10-digit. That's about to the nearest 1 meter, Your Honor.
Just my last questions, Madam Chair. General Napeñas, did you order the ENSOY or the operator to broadcast a ceasefire at 1:30 p.m.?
Again, it's not a ceasefire, Your Honor. That's the same thing that I answered when Senator Ginguna asked me about it. It's about hold your ground, hold on to your position, do not move forward so that it will not be misunderstood that we are continuing.
Buhay pa ba nun yung tao ng 55th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Buhay pa sila noon, 1:30? Hindi ba nag-issue ng ang ENSOY, hindi ba nag-issue ng kung meron pang buhay dyan sa 55th, please press your tap your radios? Di ba may ganong may na ganong nangyari tapos walang nag-tap? Ibig sabihin parang patay na silang lahat.
Wala na po, Sir, Your Honor. About 1:30, magkakaharap kami. Nakaharap ako sa radio, nandun si Ensoy. Doon namatay yung radio, Your Honor.
So 1:30, alam niyo patay na sila?
No, I do not know na patay sila.
Pero what was your inference from na walang sumagot sa radyo?
Ang inference ko, Your Honor, it's either tinamaan yung radio or
baka nagbabarilan pa.
O nagbabarilan or namatay na sila. You cannot make a conclusion at that point, Your Honor.
I understand, General Napeñas. General Napeñas, I read a tweet from a reporter na nagbigay daw kayo ng interview at tinanong kayo to comment on the Senate investigation at sinabi nyo nabuksan yan dahil sa politika. Did you say that?
No, Your Honor.
So nagsisinungaling po yung reporter na yon.
I do not know kung sino yung reporter, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hindi ko nga nabasa
Hindi
po
nyo
yan.
sinabi yun. So tingin nyo hindi pamumulitika ito ang ginagawa namin?
Has always been na sinasabi ko, Your Honor, let us give chance to the Senate to do their job, yung
Okay.
mandato nila.
So trabaho lang ho ito, hindi ito pamumulitika?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Last question, Madam Chair, to the men of the AFP and the PNP. It's a general question directed to our armed forces. At any point on January 25th, especially from 7 a.m. when the President knew, was there an order to stand down or to withhold support? Kasi may kumakalat na balita na ganun na because of the peace process, si Pangulo ay nagbigay ng order na stand down. I'd like to address it and go around the table kung merong ganong order. I think si General Pangilinan already testified earlier na walang ganon. Can we ask General Guerrero and go down the line po?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I did not receive any stand-down order from my direct superior, Chief of Staff, General Katapang, nor from the President himself, Your Honor.
General Katapang.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I did not order a stand down, neither did I receive an order from the President to stand down.
General Iriberia, ano ba ho kayo nun? Were you in Zamboanga at that time?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I was still the Commanding General of the Philippine Army.
Nasa Zamboanga ho kayo nun?
No, I was in my headquarters at in Fort Bonifacio.
Sa Manila po?
Yes.
So you were not aware of ongoing events?
I was not aware, Your Honor.
Okay.
And, by the way,
maybe we can ask Secretary Guzmin. Oh, go ahead, sir. You were saying something.
as the current Chief of Staff now, Your Honor, there were issues raised against the armed forces pertaining to the alleged delay in reinforcement, alleged stand-down order, and alleged delay in the delivery of artillery support fires to the beleaguered SAF troops. May we be allowed to present a briefing to clear these issues, Your Honors?
Siguro, Madam Chair, after the question, and then they can do the briefing.
We will consider the briefing. If you can give me first a hard copy of your briefing so we can determine if we will have the time for that. But at the moment, we will go ahead and allow the senators to answer questions. Please go and answer.
I'm not against the presentation, Madam Chair,
I
but
agree,
maybe
but
let's dispose of the matter first at hand.
I agree. Please answer the question of Senator Angara, and then if you have an advanced copy of a hard copy of your briefing, please submit it to me.
Can we ask Secretary Guzmin, was there any order of such?
I'm not aware of any stand-down order from the Chief of Staff.
Secretary Mar, was there any order to put the peace panel or peace process ahead of saving the SAF? Was there any such order?
There was no such order. I did not hear
personally of any such order, and I'm not aware of any such order, and neither did I give any such order.
Thank you, Secretary. Chief PNP. Yeah.
Sir, as I aforestated, I was in Manila during that whole day, sir. So, I was not with the President, sir.
Okay. General Marquez, would you have had the chance to be with the President that day?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I was in Clark managing APIC operations at the time. So I was not included in that loop, Your Honor.
General Purisima. At saka, General Purisima, between 11 and 6, wala na kayong communication ni Pangulo kasi yan yung sequence nung text ninyo eh.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, it was, I had nothing to report to the President, Your Honor. That's why there was no communication, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero wala ring stand-down order.
There was no standard. I was in Nueva Ecija, Your Honor, that time, and I was not with the President.
Okay. How about, can we ask the PNP hierarchy, ho? Superintendent Talino?
Your Honor, there was an order for me to receive any information about the sundown there.
About Superintendent Basbas, Mendez, then we'll ask.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I have not received any stand-down order.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I did not receive anything, but I was not part of the tactical operation, Your Honor.
General na Peña.
Sir, in regards yung sinasabi nila kanina na hindi nila alam yung dalawang grupo sa loob. Ito po sir yung...
sagutin na muna ho yung tanong, yung standing question, no? Yung...
I'm sorry,
Opo.
wala po...
Walang ganon, ho.
Wala po kaming natanggap na ganon na order.
Kasi you were not in direct contact with the President anyway.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah. How about, what's the
Ituloy ko lang po,
findings?
sir, ito.
Meron ho bang finding na ganon? Kasi yun yung linalabas sa ibang media outlets na the peace process was the cause for the slow action daw. Kaya mabagal yung action dahil inuna daw yung peace process. But we'd like to finally come to the truth, Madam Chair.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, as head of the Board of Inquiry, we have not received any material evidence that would establish that there was a stand-down order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm satisfied with the answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Enrique.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few clarificatory questions. Now, I would just like to re-emphasize and make it clear on the record. General Purisima, the Oplan exodus was done exclusively by the PNP staff. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
No one else?
No one else, Your Honor. Everybody, the coordination was made time on target, Your Honor.
So that was an exclusive Oplan crafted, executed by the SAF PNP?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, when you met with the President on January 9, the President very clearly told you and Napeñas to coordinate with the AFP on this. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
No. The time on target planning is totally inconsistent with coordination with the AFP. Is that a correct conclusion?
It was presented to the President, Your Honor, the time on target principle.
Yes, right. It was presented to the President, time on target principle. My question is, if you follow the principle of time on target, you cannot coordinate with the AFP. Natural. Kasi sasabihin mo, time on target. A coordination means prior knowledge.
Yes, Your Honor, but... yes.
Okay, go ahead.
May I
Please,
clarify, sir? For purposes of operational security, Your Honor, that was considered.
For purposes of operational security, you concluded that you must follow the time on target plan.
That was the plan presented to us by Police Director
Right.
Peñas.
That was the plan presented to you by the Peñas, time on target. My only question is, with the time on target planning and principle that was presented and followed by the Peñas, the coordination with the AFP could not have been done.
Based on the table presented, it could have been no coordination, Your Honor.
There could have been no coordination. And therefore, when the Peñas insisted on time on target, he disregarded the instructions of the President that there be coordination.
I suppose so, Your Honor.
Now, the question of compartmentalization. From an ordinary layman, when you compartmentalize, it means you do not inform a certain sector. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And when La Peña said, with all due respect, at inulit niya po ito nung tayo nag-hearing dito, the AFP is compromised. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that hindi po they made a conclusion or he made a conclusion na huwag dapat sabihin at i-coordinate sa AFP. Tama po ba yan?
That was the principle behind the time on target, Your Honor.
Right. Kung ganon, kung may nag-compartmentalize, it is the Peñas, not the President. Correct?
Because it is the plan of PNP, Your Honor.
No.
They are the ones really not eligible.
Right. I'm just saying that since it was the Peñas who said that the AFP was compromised and therefore concluded that the operations should be time on target and therefore they should not be informed. He is the one who compartmentalized. In other words, just limit it to you, to him, and to the President. That was what he had in mind.
Yes, sir. Based on the premise, sir, yes, sir.
Now, all right, may I, in ordinary course, plans are approved by which authority?
The operation plans are being performed by units authorized to do so, Your Honor, like the regional directors, the unit commanders, and even the police stations, Your Honor.
Okay. In the particular case of Oplan Exodus, who approved who was the approving authority?
In the Oplan Exodus, Your Honor, as I have stated earlier, it was a PNP SAF plan, so it was the PNP SAF who approved and crafted the plan, Your Honor.
Not the President?
Not the President, Your Honor.
Isn't it a fact that the President was assured by the SAF that it had the support of the mechanized and artillery support?
The information, Your Honor, was given to me by General Guerrero when I asked him for support regarding the operation of SAF. And that was the text back message given to me, Your Honor.
The text of 5:15 a.m. which you sent to the President, which basically said, Sir, good morning. For info, staff elements implemented O-plan against high-value target. As of now, sir, result indicate that Marwan was killed and one SAF trooper wounded. The body of Marwan was left behind, but pictures were taken. The troopers are now withdrawal phase and progress report to follow. This is based on the report of the Peñas to you.
Yes, Your Honor, it was the telephone call at about 5:45 in the morning, Your Honor.
All right. The President was misinformed then. Would you agree with that?
Kindly clarify the question, sir. What is misinformation?
Well, because obviously the statement, the text of 5:45 a.m. is not exactly accurate as you relate to the president.
Your Honor, there was no intention of incomplete, but the information was incomplete that time, Your Honor.
Yes, there was no intention to mislead, but the information was incomplete. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And this information came from Peñas.
Yes, Your Honor.
By the way, there was a. Can I ask General Peñas? Can you describe the 84th Seaborn? What is it? What is their special? What is the specialized training?
Your Honor, the 84th Seaborn is a specialized unit of the Special Action Force that operates from the sea going to the ground in swampy area, and I could say that it is the best of the Special Action Force.
Very good. Now, mention here is made in this. The president referred to 160 SAF troops. Where did the 160 come from? The number 160?
It's a composition of the 55th SAC, the 42nd, 43rd, 45th, and the 41st. Those are from the 4th Battalion. When the start of the number is 4, that's from the 4th Battalion. When the start is 5, that's the 5th Battalion.
So, but the 100. Did you brief the president on the number of seaborne personnel?
Yes, Your Honor, because
and the 160 came from you?
all the 160, all the 392 personnel involved in the whole of the operation, Your Honor, came from PNP SAF.
From you?
Yes, Your Honor, the Special Action Force.
Yes. So you committed to the president at least 160 seaborne?
No, Your Honor. The seaborne is only 38 of them.
Only 38 of them?
Less the 2 intelligence officers, it's only 36.
So how many seaborne were there involved in the fighting?
36, Your Honor.
36. So there was no, you did not commit 160 to the president?
Your Honor, may I request that you repeat the question?
I'm just referring to what was earlier read here about the president saying 160 SAF troopers. The 160 here figure came from you?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Where did it come from?
The basis of that 160, because there is a table indicating the troops that be utilized in the operation. And the seaborne, the main assault, that's 38. The 55th, the immediate support element, that's 36. And the 45th, the 42nd, and the 41st, that's numbering about 36, 30 and above. And the rest of the other, of the 392, they are deployed as containment along near the road and at the junction, Your Honor.
When did the President, General Purisima, know for the first time about the casualties, or at least the number, that there was more than one casualty as reported by you on 5:45 a.m.?
As far as I can remember, Your Honor, it was already late in the afternoon when I texted that there were so many casualties. And that was the last text message that I
And what time was that?
I am not sure of the time, Your Honor, but it was already about 6 in the afternoon or 5 in the afternoon.
5 or 6 in the afternoon. So that between 5:45 a.m. and 5 or 6 p.m., all the President knew was that there was one SAF trooper wounded per your text of 5:45 a.m.
If you rely, Your Honor, on my text messages, yes, Your Honor.
So that he could not have issued any order to prevent a slaughter because there was no slaughter. He did not know of the extent of the casualties until 5 or 6 p.m.
As far as the text messages, my text messages are concerned, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, but you keep on saying as far as your text messages. Did the President have any other information before 6 p.m. as to the exact number of casualties?
I am not sure, Your Honor, but as far as I am concerned, that is my answer, Your Honor.
All right. So, sa pagka wala kang alam, there was no reason for you to believe that the President knew of the extent of the casualties before 5 p.m. in the afternoon of January 25.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I ask for 1 minute suspension just to go over my notes?
Madam Chair?
While Senator Drilon is checking his notes, let's allow Senator Soto for one question.
Yeah, just I missed a point, a small point in one of my questions earlier. I asked about the 5 million reward. I forgot to ask about the 7 million peso reward. I heard there was a government 7 million pesos reward from the Philippine government. Is that correct? And have they collected, and who collected?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, there's a 7.4 million reward from the Philippine government, sir, and is still also being processed. And it is right now at the West Mincom. It will be claimed by the same informant, sir, Your Honor.
Does it really take that long to process such rewards? Yung US government, I'm not surprised. Medyo malayo sa atin yun, iba ang ano. Pero dito sa atin, ganun din katalaga katagal?
I have no idea, Your Honor. We just provided all the requirements, and we're just waiting for the completion of the deliberation and the release of the reward.
So who determines? Anong office or departamento may hawak nun?
It is right now at West Mindanao Commission Command, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Drilon?
Yes, thank you. Just a few more points. Mention here was made about the time frame for the operations that you set, General Peñas. Initially, it was between January 20 and January 26, 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you did not inform anyone, not General Purisima, not the President, of exactly when you were going to execute.
No, sir, Your Honor, because there's a window that we do the operation within that window.
Yeah, you did not inform anyone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Only you knew.
The whole of the operating troops knew, sir.
No, but did you inform General Purisima?
No, sir.
Did you inform the President?
No, sir.
You decided on your own that to when the execution will be, and you decided it will be on the 25th of January.
Yes, Your Honor, based on the recommendation that was approved by the President, who said okay on the window from 23 to 26, Your Honor.
That's right. So you briefed the President that the operation will be between 20 and 26, and since these are details which is left to you, you were the one who decided.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now. Okay, thank you. And that was a judgment call that you made.
Yes, Your Honor, based on the intelligence we received from the ground, it's supposed to be 24, 23, but then because of the heavy activity of the enemies in the ground, we cannot push it. That's why we have to do that in the 24 and in the 25th.
Can I ask for 1 minute suspension?
1 minute suspension. While we are waiting for Senator Drilon, perhaps somebody would want to have one quick question in between so that we can save time. Yeah. Okay. Senator Angara,
If
go
I may,
ahead.
to General Napeñas. Sir, nabanggit nyo kanina na nung meeting nyo nung January 9 with General Purisima at saka kay Presidente, yung dalawang condition niya na mag-coordinate kayo at yung pangalawa yung natanong ko na yung pagdagdag ng tropa. Nabanggit nyo na he agreed to time on target, pero if I recall correctly sa previous testimony nyo, hindi nyo naman in-emphasize yung time on target. Parang sinabi lang ni Presidente sa inyo na mag-coordinate kayo among yourselves. Parang ganon. Am I correct in saying that?
No, sir. Tulad yung sinabi ko, nung sinabi niya yung coordination with the AFP, with all due respect, sir, compromise po yung AFP. Ang recommendation po namin, I would like to emphasize, sir, recommendation po namin is time on target yung coordination sa AFP. It's not my decision. That based yung sa recommendation yan ng Director ng Intelligence Group who is here and our own intelligence officer. I'd like also to add yung sinagot ko kanina, Your Honor. Yung sinasabi ng 6ID na hindi nila alam na until 5 o'clock na dalawang grupo yung nasa loob. At 7 o'clock, nag-conference yung SAF at saka AFP officers dun sa Mechanized Brigade. Based on the BOI report po ito, Your Honor. At 7 o'clock, nag-conference yung SAP officers at saka AFP officers dun sa Mechanized Brigade. After the conference, nakalagay po dito sa BOI report, minutes after the conference, Del Rosario reported the plan to Pangilinan as discussed during the emergency conference. He sent a message to Pangilinan, Sir, Superintendent Mangahis updated me sa operation nila. 2 groups nila were still inside Barangay Tuka, engaged in sporadic fires with lawless as of now. My plans are, 1, move mechanized to control highway and Mamasapano, 8 armored vehicles, insert mechanized and DRC to augment PNP at SAP extraction point and to provide supporting fires sa pin-down staff. 3rd, utilize 105 artillery to disrupt lawless firing at SAP pin-down as of now, about 500 meters from SAP position. Request guidance. Malinaw po yun na dalawa yung grupo na nasa loob doon sa text message ni Colonel De Rosario papunta kay General Pangilinan po.
Okay, now, Senator Drilon, please go ahead with your questions.
General Napeñas, you were the one handling and directing the operations in Maguindanao area on that day. Kayo po, hindi po ba?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Kayo lahat. Hindi man si General Purisima, hindi si Presidente, kayo.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Ako po.
Kaya hindi naman totoo na ang Pangulo ang siyang nag-utos na siya ang nagbigay ng instructions, na siya ang involved sa planning and execution dahil doon kayo ang may hawak.
May I answer? Your Honor, nung nagpresenta kami doon sa bahay pangarap, the fact na sinasabi ng Presidente, yung coordination, binabanggit niya, yung sinasabi niya, yung takaunag dagdagan, that is still part of planning and preparation for the operation, Your Honor.
Mayroong bang pumirma sa Uplan Exodus?
Ako po, sir, ang pumirma, Your Honor.
Ikaw ang pumirma. So ikaw din ang nag-approve ng Oplan Exodus at pinatunayan mo ito sa pirma mo.
Your Honor, there was even a President public statement, lumabas na po sa media, na kinonfirm niya na ina-approve yung Oplan Exodus.
No, but in the document, kayo ang pumirma ng approval.
Yes, Your Honor, upon approval din ni General Purisima and upon approval ng Presidente po.
Ngayon ko lang sinasabi.
Klaruhin ko lang po, Your Honor. Yung intelligence packet nag-umpisa kay General Purisima, ibinigay sa akin. Hindi nag-umpisa yung trabaho sa SAF. So, ibinigay yung trabaho, ginawa namin yung trabaho. I-present namin kay General Purisima yung operation plan. Ang sabi niya na i-present namin, go, this is a go, but I have to tell the President.
Okay. Yeah.
Opo.
Tell the
At ganun,
President. Yes.
Opo. Ganun nga po ang nangyari. That was the first plan, yung Terminator 1.
Can I ask now General Purisima to comment on this? Because this is not consistent with what you have told us so far.
Your Honor, the intelligence packet came from intelligence group under then Police Senior Superintendent, now Police Chief Superintendent Fernando Mendez. It was the intelligence from their agent who was able to pinpoint the location of our target personalities. Based on that, the Police Chief Superintendent Mendez approached me and sa tiwala ko po na kayang-kaya po ng sabi to, ibinigay ko po sa SAF na pagplanuhan nila kung paano nila i-neutralize itong target na to based on the intelligence provided for by intelligence group. Ganun lang po, Your Honor. When the plan was presented to us, it was only informatory already, Your Honor. Dahil hindi naman po ako nag-approve noon, wala na akong pinirmahan. Kasi kung may pipirman po sana, Your Honor, dapat yung operations officer ng PNP ang gagawa po noon.
Who was the operations officer then?
Police Director General Ricardo Marquez, Your Honor, was the operations officer. Kaya nga po, hindi rin po niya alam yung operations because it was just only presented to me for my information, and based on the principle of keeping the commander informed, I informed the Chief Executive, the President, Your Honor.
Matter of information.
Matter of information. Yung mga sinasabi pong suggestions, kung titingnan po natin, hindi po sinabi ng ating Pangulo na maglagay ka ng 392. Wala pong numero pong ganon. Ang sinasabi po niya ay magdagdag ng tropa. Yun po yung sinasabi niya. Ibig sabihin,
at mag-coordinate sa AFP.
At mag-coordinate sa AFP. Ang nangyayari po doon is, in my assessment, Your Honor, in my opinion, yun po ay inputs lamang doon sa maaring i-consider ng PNP SAF yung mga kuno yun.
Now, General Marquez, as operations officer before of PNP, before you became chief of the PNP, can you give us a comment on if you have seen on the Oplan Exodus? If you were drafting this Oplan, would you follow how it was crafted? Can you give me your comments on this?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, as I've stated earlier, if it were submitted to NHQ PNP and the inputs of the D staff were solicited, we could have suggested that the primacy of the peace process was be considered, because in the BOI report, Your Honor, the peace process was never considered in the planning process. Number two, Your Honor, I would have insisted the conduct of a full-scale contingency planning, Your Honor.
Contingency planning. Yes, would that include criteria on whether or not the operations will be aborted at any given time?
The contingency planning, Madam Chair, Your Honor, would essentially talk of the following things. The scenario would be debated by the planners. The courses of action would be listed. The equipment and other resources to be used to make sure that those action plans are carried out. And lastly, Madam Chair, Your Honor, the putting up of a decision-making mechanism for those contingencies to be put into operations, Your Honor.
All those are not in Oplan Exodus.
Based on the report of the Board of Inquiry, Madam Chair, Your Honor, those are one thing in Oplan
It
Exodus.
was one thing. Now, was there a plan to, was part of the planning contingency to abort under certain circumstances?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I think it's very clear in the report of the BOI that there was no abort criteria.
In other words, talagang dire-diretso rito, walang abort-abort ito. Titirahin natin.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I think it is also clear in the report of the Board of Inquiry.
Okay. So that's all. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Drilon. The sequence will be such. Now that we have Senator Drilon, it's going to be Senator Aquino, Escudero, Ejercito, Trillanes, Recto, Pimentel. We will be a little bit stricter with the time, given what's remaining today, and then we will go back to Senator Enrile. So now, Senator Aquino is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to jump off one of the questions of Senator Drilon earlier. Earlier, it was that it was only at 6:20 p.m. that former Chief Purissima mentioned to the President that there were heavy casualties. Do you concur, General Purissima?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, it was my last text message in the afternoon, Your Honor. I'm not sure of the time.
That was 6:20 p.m. No, I have all the records here. No, in fact, you had mentioned elements suffered heavy casualties. No, that's what you had said.
Yes,
at
Your
6:20 p.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
Earlier than that, had you informed the President that there were heavy casualties?
No, Your Honor.
Previous to that, the only mention of wounded or casualty was one wounded SAF trooper in the morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That's at 6:20 p.m. May I ask General Purissima, when did you find out that there were heavy casualties?
I was getting information from many sources, Your Honor. I was confirming because there was no direct contact already with Director Napeñas.
So, at some point, di na kayo nag-text ni General Napeñas?
Yes, Your Honor. Naghahanap na po ako ng information but I was not able to get the correct information. That's why there was no passing of information given to the President, Your Honor.
Okay. At some point, you knew, because you texted the President merong heavy casualties. So at some point, alam mo na merong mga namatay. And in fact, you used the word heavy, no? Could you give an estimate? Was this earlier at 3 p.m.? Was it at 4 p.m.? Was it at 6:15? As soon as you found out, you texted the President. Around what time did you know that there were heavy casualties?
More or less, Your Honor, about past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Your Honor, I have received that there are casualties already, Your Honor.
Past 4 o'clock, 4 p.m.?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
General Napeñas, when did you find out that there were heavy casualties? At what time?
Your Honor, that's about 7:55 in the morning, or before 7:55. And that's the one that triggered me to send a text message to General Purissima, General Spina, and General Talino. 7:55 in the morning. And if I may read the text message addressed to General Purissima, General Spina, and General Talino, who was at that time, si General Talino dun sa Mechanized Brigade. Sir, location of SAP troops, GC 68006, 65717, and 68234, 65056. Nasa paligid ng first grid coordinate mga kalaban at tuloy pa rin heavy firefight na pin down tropa sa first grid coordinate at meron mga casualties sila. Baka pwede hingi ng artillery support. This was followed up at about 9:14 in the morning. The text message was addressed to General Espina, from DSAP to OIC PNP. But the recipient are General Espina, General Purissima, General Guerrero, Major General Pangilinan, Colonel Del Rosario, and Police Senior Superintendent Mendez. And I will read it, sir. Sir, good AM. Ito locations marami kalaban. GC 688663 at 660 meters. Nakalagay po 365 degrees, but I stand corrected. This is 345. I made a mistake. from sub-location GC 68233-65058. Di makamove SAP troops kasi open terrain. Request and direct fire. Wala mga civilian doon kanina pa, sir.
General, if I may cut you, no? So at 7:55 a.m., alam nyo na merong mga enkwentro na ganyan na mabigat. And what you did was you texted the others. There was no phone call made. Or you didn't even call up General Purisima anymore and say, matindi na to. Because if you look at the reactions of the AFP, and I think General Katapang mentioned it earlier, hindi naramdaman yung sense of urgency. No? General Katapang, earlier you said you receive a lot of these texts regularly na may mga enkwentro, may mga nangyayari. At that point, was there that sense of urgency that apparently, according to General Napeñas now, was there, no?
Sir, Your Honor, nung umagang-umaga, kung ma-recall nyo, nagtatawagan po kami, nag-usap kami ni General Guerrero, nag-usap po kami ni General Spina, nag-usap kami ni General Purisima.
General Napeñas, let me ask General Katapang to respond.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I only received one text message from General Purisima at about 6 o'clock in the morning. And thereafter, I never received any text messages.
General Guerrero, kasama ho kayo sa mga na-text ni General Napeñas, hindi po ba?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, General Napeñas is saying that as early as 7:55, talagang nagpapanik na siya na marami ng masamang nangyayari. Was that how it was received when you received this text?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the text that he is referring to was received by me at 9:11. The one he read earlier, sir. I received it at 9:11 a.m.
Okay. So, General Napeñas, hindi po ba merong in the OPLAN, merong matrix doon na mga kailangan tawagan? People that you need to coordinate with. We saw that, no? When you submitted the OPLAN last year. Nasunod po ba yon? Were you able to really coordinate with everyone on that list? O yung text, yun na po yung coordination na sinasabi po ninyo?
Yung text message and some, tinawagan ko po, Your Honor. Yung doon sa Regional Director ng Police Regional Office Arm, tinawagan mismo ni General Talino. Doon sa Mechanized Brigade, na tasking ni General Talino, siya rin ang tumawag kay Colonel Del Rosario.
At General...
The rest, tinawagan ko or tinext ko, Your Honor.
And that's it. Yan na yung ibig sabihin ng coordination between the PNP and the AFP. Now, let me ask General Marquez, who's currently the chief. Is that par for the course? Ganun ho ba yun? Na kapag may coordination, text lang? These days po, pag nag-text ka, posibleng 3 hours later mo makuha yung SMS, no? Ganun lang po ba yun? Or is there a formal coordination that should be done?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I think we could better understood it in the context of Oplan Exodus. And as stated by the BOI, the time on target, which is actually the manner of coordination made by Director SAF, is not applicable in that kind of environment. Probably in an area like Metro Manila, when you would like to do anti-drug operations, coordination is sometimes made. That's time on target when you are actually there on the house you're about to be searched. But as aptly stated by the BOI report, it's not appropriate in high-risk areas like the operation of Plan Exodus, Your Honor.
General Napeñas, no? Earlier we talked about the open field. Alam niyo naman po na may open field, no? That some of our troops would be caught in that open field. In your planning, nakita niyo po ba yon? That there was a flaw in getting our troops to mass in that open field?
Hindi mo po namin nakita doon sa ground, Your Honor. Yung nakapunta lang doon sa ground is yung nag-guide sa amin. Hindi kami pwedeng pumunta doon sa area para tignan yung ground because that would compromise the operation.
But earlier, General, no, meron tayong asset na nagbibigay ng information sa atin. Hindi ho ba niya nasabi na sa pag-preposition ng mga troops, meron diyang mapanganib na open field? You did not ask if there was an open field or an area where there's a potential for massacre?
Your Honor, hindi ko nakausap yung guide, yung mga tao natin ng operating troops. ang nakausap nila, yung intel namin, intelligence personnel namin. Call po ng tactical commander yan kung saan nyo ipopwesto, saan siya dadaan. Kaya nga po yung planning, I cannot do yung talking lagi kasi nagbibigay din ako ng guidance sa radio, nagte-text ako. At alam ko, pag nagte-text ako ng yan, record po yan. Kung puro voice call yan, wala ng record, I don't know what had happened.
Okay. Let me ask about the open field, no? Because of that open field and marshland, hindi nakapasok yung ating mga tangke. Is that right, General Pangilinan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. General Napeñas, we knew that at some point we would need the help of the AFP. Tama po yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. In your past experience, was it in your planning na para makatulong yung AFP, papasok dapat yung mga tangke, and yet, the ground was marshland and there's an open field, so that would make it difficult for the AFP to support our troops. Hindi nyo po na plano yun?
Kaya nga po, sir, Your Honor, ang hiningi namin na suporta is artillery support. Maliwanag po yun. Pwede makahingi ng artillery support. I did not request for infantry or mechanized. Artillery support po ang hiningi namin. Dahil alam namin na hindi makapasok yung tangke at saka yung tao basta-basta sa loob, Your Honor.
General Pangilinan, we actually had this conversation already many months ago. No? In fact, a lot of the things we're talking about, we had already talked about many months ago. With regard to artillery support, nakalista po ba yan sa ating handbook or may guide ba tayo kung kailan tayo pwede magbigay ng artillery support?
Meron po tayong doktrina na sinusunod sa paggamit ng field artillery at kung inyo pong matatandaan, binanggit ko ang mga kadahilanan kung paano natin gagamitin ang field artillery. Unang-una po, of three equal importance, gusto ko lang pong bigyan muli ng diin. Ang artillery gagamitin para sa target yung ating pong kalaban, tatamaan ng kalaban. Pangalawa, dapat hindi matamaan ang ating mga kasamahan o yung tinatawag po nating friendly fires. At ang pangatlo po, dapat wala tayong tamaang sibilyan o magkaroon po ng collateral damage. Ngayon, para po natin ma-achieve yan, meron po tayong mga sinusunod at kinakailangang impormasyon. At yun po ay naipahayag ko naman nung naunang
Sige, pakiulit po.
Kinakailangan po natin alam yung eksaktong location ng lahat ng friendly troops operating in the area. Gusto ko pong balikan yung sinasabi kanina ni Director Napeñas na may dalawang grupo. Sino po ba yung dalawang grupo na sinasabi niya? Kaya nga po nalaman namin na may 84th on the afternoon eh. Hindi nga po namin alam kung ano yung 55th. Hindi po namin alam yung 42nd. Hindi po namin alam kung ilan ang nag-ooperate na tropa during that time. Now, hindi ko rin po alam kung nasaan lokasyon lahat ng tropa na ito. Posible, sinasabi niyang dalawang grupo could be the 55th divided into 2. How many po ba yung 55th? Hindi ko po alam. Hindi ko rin po alam kung ilan yung 45th, much more yung 84th. Wala po sa hinaga po kung nasa 84th.
In short, General, dun sa inyong mga patakaran sa pagpapasabog ng artillery, hindi ho pumasa yung current situation ho natin back January 25.
Kulang po yung mga informasyon. Yung sinasabi lang po niya kasing grid coordinate na paulit-ulit niyang sinasabi. Yung grid coordinate na sinasabi niyang dalawang grupo, which ngayon nga lang niya po niya kinorek. May sinabi siyang 345 degrees eh. Pero tingnan niyo po yung on record, nakasulat doon sa text, 365 degrees. So, paano po magkakaroon po ng 365 degrees? So, maling-mali na po yung mga informasyon na pumapasok.
Okay, General, at any point, sinabi niyo ba, I think it was General Talino who was assigned, no? Am I right, General Napeñas? It was Talino who was assigned to speak to the 6ID. Is that right?
No, Your Honor, he was assigned to speak with the brigade commander.
Who was talking to the 6ID directly from the PNP? From your group?
Kami po yung nagte-text message yan,
Okay.
at saka si Colonel Del Rosario, at saka yung 6ID, at saka si General Talino na nandoon sa Mechanized Brigade.
At any point, did you say, General Pangilinan, General Napeñas, hindi ko pwedeng gawin yan kasi mali-mali itong mga impormasyon mo?
Sir, unang-una po, yung text po niya sa akin ay forward message. Hindi naman po direktang nakasubmit sa akin eh. Kaya nga po, kung babasahin kong muli, yung text na sinasabi niya sa akin, it was not even addressed to me. It was addressed to Sandali lang po, i-check ko lang po yung eksaktong... Ito po, for example, 6:18. SMS, and I quote, for CPNP from DSAP. Na-engage SAP troops doon malapit Ilog, 2 kilometers east of Barangay Tocanalipaw. Nagbigay po siya ng tinatawag nating grid coordinate. But nang gitna, going to target, sir. Now, kung ito po i-analyze natin, where is the target? I do not even know where is the target and who is their target. Now, may nabanggit po siya kanina na walang civilian doon sa area. Pag tiningnan nyo po ang mapa, makikita po nyo doon ang packets of civilian communities na malapit doon sa pinangyayarihan ng gulo. At yun po ang kaharap ko during morning, yung mapa po na yun. That is how I analyze the situation basing on the information that are coming in. Yun po ang ina-analyze ko.
Alright. General, so clearly, hindi pwede mangyari. Okay, in the past, sa mga previous operations natin, mabilis ba yung pagbibigay ng artillery support? Or nagbibigay ba kayo ng artillery support kapag kulang yung mga requirements?
Your Honor, pagka kami po ay nagpaplano ng operations, we considered all the criteria and the informations that are necessary for us to plan. For example po, may inaalam na po namin yung possible approaches ng aming tropa, kung saan din po yung possible na panggagalingan ng kalaban, kung saan ang possible na magwi-withdraw ang kalaban.
General,
At doon po kami nagpaplano.
I'm sorry to cut you because the chairman's asking me to cut it also, no? But let me ask this question. In your experience, gaano katagal usually yung pag-prepare ng lahat ng bagay na iyan? Does it take 30 minutes to be able to fire your artillery, all of these requirements? How long does it take to be able to successfully undertake this type of operation?
Kung sa ito po ay well-planned, kung ito po ay nakaplano, napakabilis lang po dahil meron po kami tinatawag na target reference point. Yan po ay pre-planned.
Okay.
Ibig sabihin po is nakaumang na po dyan ang ating...
General, yung pre-planning ninyo, how long does that take? Assuming na, na time on target tayo, how long usually is your pre-planning?
Pre-planning po namin, just like kung natatandaan nyo po, nagkaroon kami ng operations immediately after Mamasapano. Yung pong pre-planning po namin yan is tumagal po kami ng almost 2 weeks detailing everything, every information.
2 weeks?
Opo.
So are you saying that it is highly improbable or would you even say impossible to expect you to do that within 1 hour or within 45 minutes?
Kung ito po ay pre-planned, kayang-kaya po yan. Kung ito po ay nakaplano.
Yun na nga. Itong pre-planning kasi hindi nangyari. So when they asked you to do it, para mag-pre-planning pa lang kayo, can your pre-planning happen within 45 minutes to 1 hour? Is that possible?
Kailangan po natin dyan is dependes nga po sa mga impormasyon na papasok. But kung lahat po ng impormasyon ay kompleto na kinakailangan para natin may paputok ang tangke, ang kanyon, kaya po natin yan even 15 minutes, kayang-kaya po natin yan.
If all the information is in.
Opo. But kung ito po ay pre-planned, kung ito po ay naplano natin, even in 1-2 minutes, kaya po natin dahil nakaplano na po eh. Alam na natin kung saan ang target.
General Napeñas, did you know or are you aware na hindi po ganun ka-agad-agad yung pagpapabomba ng artillery? Or were you expecting that as soon as you had sent the text message that the AFP, the 6ID, would immediately bomb the area?
I am aware, Your Honor, that I can do that in a matter of 30 minutes. Sabihin ko po, sir, yung sagot, Your Honor. Late in the afternoon, alas 5, nung natratrap na ulit yung 84th sa Seaborn, humihingi ako ng artillery support kay General Pangilinan, magkaharap kami, kasama yung Amerikano. Ayaw niya. Nag-intervene yung Amerikano, sinigawan niya. That's why I have to call General Guerrero myself at humingi ako ng suporta kay General Guerrero. Ang sabi ni General Guerrero, sige, kakausapin ko. Minutes later, sandali lang, patapusin niyo po ako, Your Honor. Minutes later, nakakausap na ni General Pangilinan sa telepono. Then after that, hiningi niya sa akin yung grid coordinate. That's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At 5:38 in the afternoon, pumatak ang unang flight phosphorus. At 5:45, the second white phosphorus landed. At 6:02 in the evening, the third white phosphorus landed. And after ng pangatlo ng white phosphorus, nag-alisan lahat ng kalaban. How many minutes was that? 5 o'clock or even 4:30? Sabihin natin 4:30 yung pag-uusap or even yung before 5. Yung isang oras po, umaga pa lang, humihingi na kami ng artillery support.
General, we'll allow
Nakita
General
niyo na po
Pangilinan to respond.
Alam niyo po, yung sinasabi niya,
Last question.
magkaharap po kami. Totoo po yun. And that's the only time na nakuha natin lahat yung information. Because nandun na rin po ako, kaharap siya. That's the only time that he is giving us all the informations that we need. And one thing more, meron na rin po kaming tropa na nakapasok sa loob na siya po magsisilbing tinatawag nating forward observer to guide yung ating artillery where to drop the artillery. Yun po ang ewan ko kung ano po ba ang hindi naman sa pagtatanong kung meron po bang kakayahan yung nagre-request na gumamit ng artillery. Kailangan po kasi dyan, ito sabi ko nga isang bomba na hindi basta-basta natin ibabagsak na kung paano lang. Kailangan natin mag-analyze, kailangan natin pag-aralan at kailangan po natin pagplanuhan.
And clearly, if you had done pre-planning, you would have been able to support as soon as possible.
If we only know kung ano po yung particularly yung kanilang area of operations, kung sino po yung target, kung saan sila pupunta, we could have provided all the support na kaya po naming ibigay.
General,
Hindi lamang po artillery, marami pa po tayong resources na pwede nating i-reconstitute in order to support his conduct of operation.
was there any other operations na time on target na successful or hindi successful? Or was this the first time na gantong klaseng coordination yung nangyari?
Your Honor, this is the only time that I heard of time of target coordination. Wala po kaming doktrinang ganyan sa armed forces.
Mr. Chairman,
With indulgence of Senator Aquino. Yes.
may I raise a point of order?
Please, please.
We're on national television. We are exposing the weaknesses of our internal security system to